She did it. It's a factor. Like, 5 letters. All right. I think I want to. Well, I think that bylaws need to come before office elections because bylaws often change the composition. It goes into effect immediately unless it provides us as
Thank you very much.
I can't. I think I can only go too deep, but I can bring up the objection. I can say, if this were to be voted down,
Microphone 2.
I don't know.
Madam Chair. Microphone 2. Oh, I think it was supposed to be 5 p.m.
Amending it by replacing.
It doesn't matter.
Please stand at ease just for a couple of.
He was going to make the motion. We actually kind of.
Well, it all depends on who gets recognized first.
I don't know as well as like this.
He has a
I have
slightly
a
different.
similar motion with 43 co-sponsors.
Yeah, that's why I married her. Man. I always had things for someone when I was in high school. The
Take
Platte
your
Valley
names
Court
down.
was my aim.
Left to right here.
Yeah.
No, I'm a libertarian. You can't know who I am. Oh, wait.
Not yet. We're going to dispose of these first. But I have an issue with me.
I didn't think I was going to get paper back.
Well, and I guess that like they lost track at some point.
I have a problem with doing it.
Yeah, because they used to not. They used to. There were previous conventions where, yeah, these just delegate written. But I actually think this is actually a more secure
I've heard mixed opinions on it. You know,
because, well,
it's the same.
I mean, 'cause at least now they have to have proof that the alternates are not voting with us.
Right, sure. Yeah, to me, it's really whatever. You know, we could have done wristbands.
Guys, we're trying to sort out this amendment.
Plus buttons are good. I think we have to vote on this thing.
No, Politico's already got a copy.
Yeah, so hopefully they can report this issue. And hopefully we can at least, even if it fails, we just have 50%. No, agenda was
What color of order we
prior to the
So here's the thing. So
I mean, somebody could, but I don't think.
I actually do. So
I don't think it goes. It goes to. Is Jayme on board with that? No,
Okay.
she felt like there was no solution. She offered. She didn't want to bring it into just throw a bomb without any solution.
Okay. There's been a little bit of confusion about Ms. Robeson's amendment. I think I understand it.
And who gets to vote?
And Mr. Hall? No. Mr. Redpath, my apologies. Please let me know if this is messing you up because we're trying to get coordinated here. Ms. Robeson wants to amend the agenda to go in the following order. Treasurer's report, 10 minutes. Audit committee report, 10 minutes. followed by election of party officers and at-large members of the National Committee. There's no time certain for that. Followed by nomination of party candidates for president and vice president. There's no time certain for that. Followed by bylaws and rules committee report, no time certain. Followed by platform, no time certain. Followed by resolutions, followed by other business, no time certain. At tomorrow morning from 9 to 10:30 a.m., time certain, we want to put our presidential debate. So now the question is, I think that our secretary is trying to understand, what do we put? How do we actually order this written down? I think I understand it perfectly. Okay. So I'm going to anticipate that we're going to run through elections through the end of the day, and then we're going to start tomorrow morning with the debate. Let's do that. Does that work?
Madam Chair, microphone 1.
Got it.
I'm much more concerned that when I go to the county here, like, oh, Libertarian Party. Yeah, it'll be 10 years for talk about the
No, I get it. I get it. I get it. Oh, I get it. I get it.
Point of information.
So our motion is,
Point of information. Microphone 4.
Where? Microphone 4?
Microphone 4. Point of information.
Yes, please.
Is it the intent there that we would nominate the POTUS before POTUS? Can we make sure it's clear that the order is POTUS and then the POTUS?
Okay. Okay, so the issue has been raised that Mr. Redpath's motion is a special order and Ms. Robeson's motion is an agenda amendment, and that they're not the same and that they should be voted on separately. Thoughts?
Madam Chair,
Fantastic.
Madam Chair, Mike 4.
Microphone, Mike 4, please state your name.
If Mr. Arthur DiBianca from
Thank you.
Texas, if I don't believe Mr. Redpath's motion was seconded, and if he would be willing to withdraw it for the time being, we
Fantastic.
could vote on adopting an agenda, because we do not have an agenda at the current
Beautiful.
time. After it, or in the process of adopting that agenda, perhaps Mr. Redpath could move to amend it to add his presidential
I
debate.
think we should do that.
And that's fine. And can I
Request
just
for
then
information?
clarify my motion? My motion then,
I know exactly what your motion is.
so my motion is that order of business, period, though.
Okay,
excuse me, I'm sorry.
And you can argue.
okay,
Point of inquiry,
yes.
Request for
Where?
did my motion not get a second? I thought it got a second.
All right, how about we vote on that real quick, and then we vote on Ms. Robeson's motion real quick.
Madam Chair, I have a point of order. Microphone 2.
Madam,
Point of order, microphone 2.
Yes, Andrew Chatterton, delegate from Michigan. My point of order is regarding business earlier today. Per the national bylaws, Article 10, Section 4E, there is a 7/8 vote required to seat delegates and alternates that are not entitled to be seated, to be registered. As such, the submission of the delegations from Oklahoma and Washington are in violation of the bylaws
Point of order,
and
Madam
are
Chair.
continuing nature.
Point of order, Mike 4. This motion
And
is
our-
dilatory,
excuse me.
Madam Chair.
I was recognized.
Mr. Chatterton has had about 25 bites at the apple now. This motion is dilatory.
As these points are violations of the bylaws and they are continuing nature, the delegations from Oklahoma and Washington, the additions that were made to them, are in violation of the bylaws and should be ruled null and void.
Whoa!
That's not a motion. Okay,
Mr. Chatterton, I think we need to come back to your point of order after we dispose of this motion. Please hang around.
Thank you.
Madam
All
Chair,
right. Now, Mr. Redpath
microphone one.
had a motion and it did have a second. And it was essentially to get our debate, presidential debate, happening from 9:30 to 10 tomorrow. I want to do this quickly and painlessly, and it was to include Mike Termott. Let's do it as painlessly as possible. It's not technically in order. I'm going to quickly rule it out of order. You're going to quickly rule the way you're going to do what you're going to do, and we're going to move forward, right? Because I have to follow the bylaws, and we need to kind of get this happening, right? So, Mr. Redpath's motion is out of order, and you? And do you have a second? And do we need to debate it? And can you stand up real quick?
She's trying to pull us up.
You're all appealing my ruling. I'm sorry I'm doing this backwards, but it's the fastest way. You all hate my ruling and you want to see this debate happen. Is that correct? Okay, fantastic. Sit down. Thank you. I apologize. I did this in reverse. Those of you who are like, no, I just, no, we got to make it go slow. Stand up real quick.
Madam Chair, Mike
Beautiful.
4.
Thank you. Okay, the
Yes,
appeal
yeah.
is, my ruling is overturned, and so his motion is in order. So now we're going to go back to that motion, and we're going to vote on it. All of those in favor of Mr. Redpath's motion, which is to stick our presidential debate tomorrow morning, time certain from 9 to 10:30, and to include Mr. Mike Termott, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? I apologize, but the ayes have it, and the motion passes. Thank you.
Madam
All right.
Chair, Madam Chair, Mike 4.
Mike, what?
Mike 4, Arthur DiBianco from Texas.
Yes, Art.
My understanding is that we are now on Ms. Robeson's motion. Is that correct?
That's correct. And then
I
we're
call-
going to Mr. Chatterton.
I call the question.
Madam Chair, I wanted to debate this. I've asked this to be recognized before. I want to debate the Robson motion.
You wanted to?
I
I'm
want
sorry?
to debate the Robson motion. It's got some flaws.
Okay, so
I
there's
think it's-
objection to calling the question?
It's got some flaws I'd like to point out.
Okay. There's objection. Well, we need to discuss. We have a delegate concerned that there are some flaws in it.
Yep.
Considering that there have been some other issues with business, I think it would be in order to debate this. Do we have any objections to calling the question? Any additional ones? Okay. Are we going to call the question and move forward without considering any more bylaws violations, since it's a problem? All those opposed to calling the question so that we can discuss this and make sure we're doing things properly. You want to call the question, say aye. If you don't want to call the question, say nay. Aye?
Aye.
Nay? Thank you. The nays have it. Go ahead, Mr. Stark.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair,
Madam Chair, if you
I am not convinced that was 2/3 in I'm not convinced there was not 2/3 in favor, Madam Chair.
this might be quicker if I just get the debate.
It'll take longer to figure that out than to just let them have their
I'm
say.
sorry. You think that it needed to be 2/3?
I believe there were 2/3 in favor, Madam Chair.
Exactly. Just let Aaron have his say. We move on. We vote. We get the same.
Calling the
result.
question was by Arthur DiBianco, Texas.
It was not 2/3. We are on debate. Mr. Starr is discussing.
Thank you. Aaron Starr, California delegate. There's a reason why we have our agenda in the order that it's in. So you want bylaws always to be before officer elections because your bylaws, if they change, can change the composition of your officers and your office holders. So that's why you've got to do bylaws before you do office holders. Can everyone hear me? All right, I'm going to speak up again. Is this better? Can you hear me? Okay. So the reason why you do bylaws before you do officer elections is because your bylaws could change the composition of the LNC. I think there might even be one proposal to do that. Now, typically, bylaws go into effect immediately unless there's a proviso that states otherwise. So this is the reason why you want to do bylaws before the office elections. The reason why you wanted to do the platform before nominations for president and vice president is that that's their contract with us. You don't elect somebody to represent you and then later on say, oh, by the way, and this is what you stand for. They are running on our platform. So we got to actually define our platform first, refine it to whatever we want it to be. And then if those candidates still want to run under that platform, then you have that. So that's why I'm opposed to the Robson motion. I hope they'll vote it down. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone. Okay, we got Mr. Chatterton, who has his point of order, I assume. We have Mr. Brown from Texas. Ted Brown.
Yes, Madam Chair, Ted Brown from Texas. I want to speak in favor of the Robson proposal. I think it's mostly on practical grounds. We just don't have enough time to do business, especially with adding this presidential debate tomorrow. We barely have any floor time to consider our elections, let alone the bylaws and platforms. So we definitely need to adopt this so we can go forward and elect the people that we need to elect.
Thank you. Microphone 3. Nothing? Microphone 4.
Microphone 1.
Microphone 1.
Rajani Mayatiko from California. I move to call the question.
Okay. Question's been called. It's been moved and seconded to call the question. Any objection? We've already heard the argument. Okay. Hearing no objection, the question is called and we're going to go to a vote. So now Mr. Redpath's motion already passed. So this is the order of business, notwithstanding that special order, if that makes sense, and I hope it does. All in favor of approving this agenda? It requires 2/3. All opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. That was 2/3. Now,
Point of information.
Mr. Chatterton has been waiting, so we're going to go back to Mr. Chatterton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As stated earlier, I'm raising a point of order that regarding the business conducted earlier today. Per national bylaws, Article 10, Section 4E, there's a 7/8 vote required to seat delegates and alternates that are not entitled to be registered. As such, the submission of the delegation from Oklahoma and Washington are in violation of the bylaws. The amendments adopted to the delegations of Oklahoma and Washington are in violation of the bylaws, and this is a violation of a continuing nature. Therefore, those actions must be ruled null and void.
No. No.
All right. We're going to take a second, and I'm going to discuss it.
Nope.
And what I'm going to do when I come back is however I rule, I'm going to offer you a solution so that we don't descend into chaos, because that is a very bad thing and we need to move through business. So I'm not coming back to say you're all screwed. We're going to have a solution one way or the other.
What's going on? I didn't use it like.
Where is yeah, actually.
All right, thank you. Good. Okay.
Woman in California. Look for a woman with blue hair. I thought she was California. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyway.
That's why.
As requested earlier. I was better with it 2 weeks ago. He's gonna have it. Hey, Ollie, what's up, buddy?
What's up? Oh yeah,
It's just me. I mean, I can't.
you're risking on this.
Me?
I missed the opportunity.
All right,
That's a reading.
come back to order. We're going to get a little more information. I'm requesting more information from our Credentials Committee. Here's my concern. Someone has suggested that we are in a continuing breach of our bylaws because we had chair appealings ruled, chair rulings overturned in violation of our bylaws, that I should not have ruled on whether or not it was 7/8. I should have ruled that it was just completely out of order at that time. It's a little convoluted. My concern is that if we don't handle this appropriately, then our presidential elections and potentially obviously other elections are going to be contested. Now, whatever happens, I believe
Parliamentary inquiry.
No, you can wait. Whatever happens, I believe that a bylaws amendment would fix it. So I'm not going to tell everybody to pound sand. We're going to figure it out. But we're going to hear from our credentials chair on why he ruled specifically Washington and Oklahoma as ineligible.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So the reason that Washington and Oklahoma were both ruled ineligible initially was, once again, in their bylaws, they have it very stated that either during or at convention. Now, those wording is fairly clear, and it would seem to be very unanimous across the Credentials Committee that at convention or during convention was after the gavel in and call to order. So in those bylaws there, that was allowable once we came to convention. This is why the Credentials Committee ruled both of those delegate lists ineligible. Now we are at convention, and all of this can happen. So this is why it was ruled ineligible. Everything happened before convention, before during convention, before at convention.
Point of order.
Where?
Or parliamentary inquiry, actually. Microphone 3, Ken Molman, Kentucky.
Thank you.
Is this debatable? Are we in debate?
We're not in debate.
Okay.
I'm trying to rule on a point of order that's going to have some serious ramifications one way or the other.
Microphone 4, Madam Chair.
Microphone 4.
Billy Pierce, delegate from Texas. I'd just like to point out that they were not unanimous. Those votes were not unanimous amongst the committee.
Okay, but the committee did reach a decision.
Just correcting the record of the
Sure.
chair that
Thank
it was not unanimous.
It was not.
Parliamentary inquiry, Madam Chair, mic 4.
Microphone 4. State your name.
Arthur DiBianca from
Thank you.
Texas. What is the parliamentarian's opinion about this question?
I'm the one presiding. I've consulted with the parliamentarian and 2 other parliamentarians.
Point of information, microphone 1.
Microphone 1, yes.
Starchild, delegate from California. This is an unrelated matter, but it is somewhat time sensitive, so I'd like to ask it now. Regarding the submission of tokens for platform plank deletion, I'm curious how none of the above, votes would be handled. When could I be recognized to ask that question?
Not right now, not in the middle of serious business. Please wait.
Point of information, Madam Chair, microphone 2.
No last name. That is his legal name. Are you sure?
Star Child is Star. The Star Child is Star Child. Did I fall into that?
Okay. Oh, they had a different. I'm going to suggest a solution. I wonder how long that's been and how many media pictures I have my slide on.
At least one.
Star Child was very adamant. He wanted to see that. Star Child. Rather than Mr. Star Child.
Madam,
All right.
Madam
We've
Chair.
got a potential solution for this.
Madam Chair, I would also like to introduce a possible solution.
Okay. Before I rule, we'll hear Mr. Starr's potential solution to this point of order.
Okay. So if you were to rule that that point of order is in order, what I would do at that point is I would propose a bylaw change. So we can fix this and do things legitimately without legal challenge. Right now, it takes a 7/8 vote of the convention to approve additional delegates and alternates during the convention. I would propose to change that language to 2/3. That way we can have the possibility here of seating more people. We can be in compliance with our bylaws. We won't have people challenging our presidential and vice presidential nominees later on down the road for being invalid actions of a body that wasn't properly formed. So if you were to rule this way, that is the motion that I would propose.
All right.
Well,
No, that's okay.
Mr. Chatterton's point is unfortunately well taken. Can we fix it quickly?
Yes.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if I can make that motion.
I appeal the
Peter
ruling
Everett.
of the chair.
It's not appealable, and I'm not going to entertain an appeal, but I'm going to
All
entertain a
rulings
really
of the
quick
chair are
solution.
appealable. I will put it to the body myself if you do not allow this appeal.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion
That's
to suspend.
that's in order, but he's right in the middle of it.
I'd like to
Madam
make a-
Chair.
I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules to change bylaw Article 10, Section 4E, replacing 7/8 with 2/3. So it would then read, by 2/3 vote, the convention may approve additional delegates and alternates whose names and addresses are submitted to the Credentials Committee during the convention. If we do that, we can solve all these issues. Is there a second?
Okay.
Yeah, which is three vote on those. We got two.
Request for information for,
Number 4?
yeah, the Scott Lieberman, California. Is Mr. Starr's proposed bylaw amendment only valid for this convention or
Yes.
all future?
My understanding is it's just for this convention.
Actually, no. I've made it for an ongoing change. If
For an ongoing
if a future convention wants to change it back, they can. They
Okay.
certainly can. But my motion is to just change from 7/8 to 2/3. If we can get this done, then I think we've got 2/3 in the room. They're willing to reseat these people, and we'd be in good shape.
Request for information,
Point,
microphone
point of
2.
order, Madam Chair. Peter Everett, Massachusetts delegate, microphone 4.
Microphone 4?
Yes. Peter
Okay.
Everett,
But it's about.
Massachusetts delegate.
Yes.
Entertaining bylaws changes at this time is out of order.
It would require an amendment to the agenda. It would take 2/3.
Mr. Chatterton's motion is also out of
It's not a
order.
motion. It was a point of order.
His point of order is incorrect.
I disagree. I hated it and it sucked. And I thought that it was also in order.
Cool. I'd like to challenge the ruling of the chair on that.
And I'm not going to entertain a challenge to my ruling, but I am going to entertain and that's within my right. But I did say that I would present a solution, which is exactly what I'm doing. so that we do it
I would
according to the
appeal the
bylaws.
ruling of the
And we
chair.
don't have any issue with our presidential election.
So Madam Chair, is my motion on the floor to be voted on?
Can you speak up just a little, Mr. Starr?
Is my motion on the floor to
I
be
noticed
voted
that.
on at this time?
It needs a second. All right.
Request for information, microphone 2.
Request for information, microphone 2.
Yes, please, thank you. So I agree with his motion, but I think a lot of this is arising because of confusion over what happened this morning. We were
Yes.
kind of like stand up, sit down, majority, simple majority,
Yes.
2/3. So is what happened this morning that 7/8 approved the addition of these delegates? You made that ruling, somebody appealed the ruling, and then that appeal only required a simple majority. Is that what happened? Or were the delegates elected by simple majority?
The delegates, my ruling was that it took 7/8 on
Right.
specifically Washington and Oklahoma.
Right.
And my ruling was appealed and overturned. And a point of order has been raised that we are in continuing breach of our bylaws, that my ruling should not have been on 7/8. It should have been on whether or not they were eligible at all, and they remained ineligible. They were not pre-credentialed, even though that is not a term we should technically be using, like Michigan. They were never presented and stricken. They did not qualify according to their own state bylaws.
Right, but to add them according to the LNC convention bylaws
Correct.
is 7/8
It
vote.
would have taken 7/8.
So that wasn't technically your ruling, that was the bylaws said 7/8. So that
Yes.
would have taken a 2/3 majority to overturn, yes? To change the bylaws.
It would take only 2/3 to change bylaws, not 7/8, like it would take to add Oklahoma and Washington delegates.
Right, but it wouldn't have been a simple majority to overrule
Right.
your ruling. It would have taken a 2/3
It would take it takes
majority to
2/3
change the
to amend the
bylaws.
bylaws.
Okay, that's where I think we're running into some confusion here.
Got it.
And then this gentleman's motion over here to change the bylaws to 2/3, is that retroactive to this morning, or do we have to do that all over again?
Well, I think it would be probably easy to pass right now if it was retroactive.
I agree, but that's why I'm asking.
Yes, that's a very good question.
That would be fine.
Microphone
Madam
3.
Chair.
Point of order.
Well, hold on.
Microphone
Let's hear
3.
from Mr. Starr, not talk all at once.
Normally, bylaw changes are prospective. You don't usually adopt a bylaw change to change the past.
Okay,
So
so it's not retroactive.
it's not retroactive. So, but here's how I understand how events have unfolded so far. What I understand right now is that currently we've got this situation where you're finding that some delegates that were seated were not eligible at the time.
Correct.
And that's an ongoing bylaw violation, and that's something that really can't be overturned by this body. However, this bylaw change can help clean this all up.
Yes.
And that's why I'm hoping that we'll have 2/3 of the folks here willing to vote for this so that we can move on and then go through the votes of actually seating these
And
people
then we
properly.
can
Madam
try
Chair.
to seat
Point of
them.
order.
Madam Chair, Mike
Point
4.
of order. Microphone
Okay, so
2.
let's all settle down so I can call on you one at a time. So my understanding, Mr. Starr, I want to make sure I understand you correctly, is that it's not retroactive, but it does lower the threshold all the way from 7/8 to 2/3.
Oh, yeah.
Then we could quickly try to add in those delegates again, only by 2/3, which I should be able to do with a quick stand-up, sit-down, or voice vote. We should not need to count that off. And then we're one and done and on our way, and no one is going to raise continuing breach of bylaws again.
Madam Chair, Mike 4.
Point of order.
Okay, you got to say what microphone you're at. or
Microphone
where-
2. Point of order.
Okay, mic 2.
Dean Ahmed from Maryland. You cannot, when there is a high threshold for something to be done, and the changing the bylaws is a lower threshold, you can't change that bylaw with the lower threshold. You have to use
That's
the
not
higher
true.
one.
That's not
This
true.
issue has come up repeatedly at these conventions in the past with regard to changing the statement of principles. It has always been defeated, as it should
Yep.
be, that you can't change the 7/8 rule for statement of principles by a 2/3 bylaw change.
That's just not true. We actually changed the bylaws because
Madam
of
Chair.
that law.
Madam Chair, Mike 4.
Mic 4.
Madam Chair, Mike 4. Arthur DiBianca from Texas.
Yes.
Folks, this is a trap. Vote no.
Okay.
So
I have
Microphone
another
3.
point of order on Mike 4.
Microphone, okay.
Number 1.
Mic 1, you have a point of order? So you had your hand up first.
So I just wanted to gently correct Mr. Dean Ahmad that what he's talking about is violations of rules. This is a change in the bylaws. So you can change bylaws with a 2/3 threshold, even in some cases where it would normally require, if the bylaw was in place, a higher threshold. That's why in some cases in our bylaws, we specifically state that it requires a higher threshold than 2/3.
Thank you. Microphone, was it 3 or 4? Someone had a point of order.
4.
4. Go right ahead.
It is my understanding, let me step back. This, Mr. Chatterton's thing is actually a motion to reconsider, and it has to be moved by somebody from the winning side. And Mr. Chatterton was on the losing side.
Yep.
I disagree, and it's not, and I discussed it for the entire lunch period with people other than Mr. Chatterton.
Appeal the ruling of the chair.
Where at?
Microphone 3, Kentucky, Ken Molman.
Thank you.
Appeal the ruling of the chair.
Okay.
Madam Chair, when do we come to a vote on my vote to suspend the rules to do this?
I would like to come to a vote soon, if we can vote and pass this bylaws amendment quickly and dispose of it.
I'm appealing the ruling of the chair that this is not a reconsideration.
I'm not going to entertain it because we're regarding a breach of ongoing bylaws. I've already.
It's not your determination, Madam Chair. It is this body's convention. It's not yours.
It is my determination. All right, Mr. Starr, are you ready to go to a vote? Are we ready to go to a vote on this
Thank you.
bylaws amendment?
Hey, point of information.
Microphone 4.
Speak up, speak more clearly, please.
Remove the chair, I think.
Microphone number 2, please.
Microphone number 2.
Yes, if we really wanted to do this right for Aaron Starr, move that number instead of 2/3, move it to majority, move it to 50%. Right? And then that would read the room. That would also get the feel of what we've got going here. It should be 50%, not 66. This is an attempt to override what we did earlier tonight. That is all this is, because you can't get 50 plus
That's a
1.
motion
Move
to
it,
amend.
Aaron Starr's to 50 plus 1, and we'll vote for it.
Request for
I
information,
can-
microphone 3.
Okay, request for information, microphone 3.
So is Mr. Craig's statement here, is that a motion to amend the item we're currently voting on to change 2/3 to majority?
It wasn't phrased that way, but he made a suggestion.
Madam Chair?
Can you ask Mr. Craig if he wants to do that right now?
Mr. Craig, were you trying to make an amendment? And please consider this, well,
I would like a friendly amendment instead of being 2/3 to be 50% or majority rules.
okay, it's been
So Madam Chair?
moved to amend Mr. Starr. Okay, but it would need a second.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
It's been moved and seconded. Point of
Point of
Point
order.
of order,
Microphone
Madam
two.
Chair. Mike 4, point of order.
hang tight. We're going to jump to this point of order. Then we're going to jump to that point of order, and then we're going to mention the motion. Yes, Mr. Starr.
So actually, Madam Chair, I don't have a point of order, but I want to bring up a different solution that maybe makes everybody happy, because majority doesn't work.
Good to meet you, Scotty.
Here's what we can
Or
do.
Debar.
We can combine my motion to suspend the rules, to change the bylaws to 2/3, and with that same 2/3 vote, agree to seat the delegates that we tried to seat this morning. That way, the only way this bylaw can change is if at the same time you're seating these delegates.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Mike 4.
But you need a 2/3 vote anyway to adopt the bylaw change.
Microphone 4, point of order.
Yes, Arthur DiBianca from Texas. Mr. Starr made a motion to suspend the rules. We never voted to suspend the rules.
Well, it was to suspend the rules to consider a particular bylaws.
That's
amendment.
correct. We would need to get a 2/3 vote to suspend the rules and bring it up, and then we would need a 2/3 vote to pass it. We never took the first vote.
I believe he rolled it all into one.
Right. It's all,
That was my understanding.
That is not what it says on the screen.
Point
Yes.
That's correct. Thank you.
It was to suspend the rules and adopt the following bylaws change.
Correct. It is just simply to suspend the rules, adopt this change. I'd like to, at the same time, agree that with this 2/3 vote, we're going to seat all the people that are in question.
Okay.
Parliamentary inquiry,
So
Madam
there's
Chair.
been an amendment made to change it from 2/3 to a majority.
Parliamentary inquiry.
All right.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mike
It
Ford.
is apparently not debatable to suspend the rules, so we need to go to a vote. I'm going to hear
Point.
a parliamentary inquiry, and then we're going to go to a vote. Parliamentary inquiry, where are
Mike
you?
Ford, Mike Ford. Arthur DiBianca, yet
Thank
again from Texas.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, what will be the vote threshold to adopt, to suspend and adopt?
It's 2/3. It's not 7/8, it's 2/3.
Madam Chair, if the chair rules that this vote succeeded with a 2/3 vote, I will raise a point of order and we'll see what happens after that.
Okay.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Okay, and then let's please go to a vote. Parliamentary inquiry, where are you?
Mike 2.
Thank you.
Can the motion being considered be clarified, and then I may have a follow-up inquiry?
Can you speak up, please? Everyone else, please be quiet. We're trying so hard to move through this quickly and not get sued and all this mess. I just want to do this above board so we're all correct and understanding what's going on.
Can the motion before the body be clarified, and then I may have a follow-up parliamentary inquiry?
Okay, clarified, we're on an amendment. No, we're not.
Point of personal privilege, please.
Wait.
God, and she's rude on top of it.
Ice or no ice? All right.
Reflections of people who stand around talking and disturbing everyone around them.
But yeah, I'm waiting until after there's point of information about this vote. It's basically like. What's your point of information? My point of information is if they're worried about violating our bylaws, then we may also be concerned about how the private exercise to have fun. Should not be approved by the national committee or any other political party except to have fun. You're all not credentialing. Again. Because that's also in our bylaws. Exactly. As soon as you started speaking, I was like, oh yeah.
No,
They are
that's-
deciding the interpretation of our bylaws for me.
I'm trying to get there.
And actually,
Get there.
All right. Great. Amendment to
Point of personal privilege, please.
moving to suspend the rules is not debatable and it's not amendable. So we're stuck with 2/3, not a majority. Yes, I did consult with the parliamentarians.
And just so we're
Where's
clear,
the point of personal privilege? And then we're going to jump back to Mr. Starr.
Point of personal privilege, please.
Yes.
We are unable to hear because of the chaos in this room. So a number of us have no idea what's going on
Okay.
because there's too much noise. So if you could please try to control this
That's-
delegation.
Let me, yes. Guys, I need you to be quiet. We need to move. I'm trying so hard to move you as quickly through this as possible. Some of you feel very strongly about it. You think it's a joke. You think it's evil. Trying to do the very, very best thing I can for you, which is why I'm trying to negotiate this thing and facilitate dialogue and passing it and correcting it, as opposed to steamrolling it and running through whatever I want to do. Please work with me to make this happen, just like we did on the agenda. You know I have worked with you for 3 weeks to make the agenda work. I'm trying to work with you on this one too. Mr. Starr, the amendment to your proposal was not in order. We're back to your,
So if it's not.
your motion.
So if it's not too late and there's no objection, I want to make sure that this is combined as a vote that also seats the people that were seated earlier. So
Okay.
it's a basically both combined together. We're changing the bylaw to 2/3, and we're seating those people from this morning that were ineligible.
Okay, so we're changing the threshold from 7/8 to 2/3 and seating the Washington and Oklahoma people at the same time.
Correct.
Point of order, microphone two.
Hold on though, because we had just ruled that Washington and Oklahoma were seated improperly. So it's gonna take 2/3 to pass the bylaws amendment, and then we're just gonna do a quick 2/3, right?
Point of order, Madam Chair,
Point
Mike
of
4.
order.
Where are you? Point of order.
Mike 4, point of order. Arthur DiBianca, again from Texas.
Thank you.
This is a motion to suspend the rules. It may not be amended in the middle. We have to vote on the motion to suspend the rules and adopt.
Yes, we're going. I agree, and we need to just go there. Mr. Starr was fiddling with his motion. Okay.
Point of order?
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
What's the point of order? And then we're going.
Madam
to
Chair,
vote.
I had a point of order at microphone two.
Point of parliamentary inquiry? Mike 3?
Yes. I would like Mr. Starr to reiterate what he just said a few minutes ago that you tried to argue, which wasn't really your place because he's the one making the motion. Mr. Starr, would you please tell us again what you intend with your amendment, or with your bylaws amendment?
My intended motion was to change. My intended motion was to change 7/8 to 2. I'm suspending the rules, which takes a 2/3 vote, to change the bylaws so that it reads 2/3 instead of 7/8 to seat additional delegates at this time, and to seat the people from this morning. All one combined motion. That's really my intention.
Point
here.
of order, Madam Chair. That
point
was
of
not
parliamentary
stated in the
inquiry?
original motion. It was not the intention of the motion. We need to vote on this suspension of the rules now.
That was not the original motion, and I understand what Mr. Starr is trying to do.
So let me suggest something then, please.
Can we just
Can I suggest that you vote down my
Point of
motion?
parliamentary
Point of
inquiry.
parliamentary inquiry.
Can we vote down my motion, and then can I be immediately recognized to represent this motion?
Okay, we just need to proceed to a vote. This is not debatable.
Point of parliamentary inquiry?
How many points of parliamentary inquiry would you like me to continue to entertain before we go to a vote?
This one's different.
I have a
Number
better
point 4.
solution than a bylaws amendment.
Okay.
When there is an ambiguity in our bylaws, like what the definition of what the National Convention means, a simple majority vote can solve that problem. Clearly, there is ambiguity
It's not
here.
an ambiguity, and I already ruled
It
on it. But
it is. If there are multiple states who have different interpretations, if your own website for this convention had national business happening yesterday, then that is not ambiguous. We have a motion for our bylaws committee that specifically says after the convention is brought to order. That is different than at the national convention. That is different language. This is ambiguous.
You're
Simple
debating.
majority vote.
You're debating. Everybody is
Chair?
trying to debate, and we need to go to a 2/3
But
vote
isn't
on
that a
this
solution?
motion. I understand you're all frustrated.
I'd like to call the question, please.
Thank you. Call the question on a
Point of
non-debatable
order.
motion. We need to
Point
go
of
to a-
order.
It's 2/3.
Point of order.
It's
Does
2/3
everybody know what they're voting on? Because a lot of people don't.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm getting there. Fantastic. All right. Look at the screen. By 2/3 vote, the convention may approve additional delegates and alternates whose names and addresses are submitting to the credentials committee during the convention.
Point of information on Mike 4, Madam Chair.
We're going to go to a vote.
It's vital to how my vote goes.
Okay.
I called the question. That's not
The question's
interruptible.
already been called. Are we going to go? This is.
And there was objection to calling the question.
Well, there shouldn't have been a question called because it's not even debatable. We should just go to a vote. Let's vote. Let's vote. I told you we would get a solution. We did. Here we go. We need to vote. All of those in favor of this bylaws amendment, please stand up. And all of those opposed, sit down. This is to suspend the rules too. I apologize. It is to suspend the rules. Mr. Starr rolled it into one motion, which you are allowed to do. Suspend the rules to make this motion. It's on the screen. Well, you're right. It should say suspend the rules on the screen. All right. Everybody's be seated. Thank you. Some of you are standing and talking. Oh, you're at the microphone. That's fine.
Divide the question.
All of those opposed, please stand.
Divide the question.
There was a demand to divide.
We're getting there. Okay, the motion fails.
Madam Chair, can I get my point of information now on mic 4, please?
Yes, please go right ahead.
The reason for my point of information was you stated that you had a solution before Aaron Starr stepped up, but that you wanted to state it, and I would have liked to have heard your solution.
I think that we should change the bylaws. We should move to suspend the rules, to change it from a 7/8 vote to a 2/3, and make it only for this convention. And then we should vote yes, and then we should immediately revisit the Oklahoma and Washington delegations.
No.
And we
Let the woman speak.
We added in the others very quickly, and we could quickly dispose of these. And there are more people in the room, and we can get an updated credentials.
So to be clear, your solution was Aaron Starr's solution.
Close.
Point.
And then someone else tried to make an amendment to make it a majority. Okay.
Microphone, 1 point of order.
Microphone, 1 point of order.
I'm a parliamentarian, and I'm having trouble figuring out exactly what we're voting on. It's really, really important for you to make sure that you read the motion exactly that we're voting on every time we vote, so we know exactly what we're voting on. Thank you. Scott Lieberman, California.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
The Robert F. Kennedy Jr. talk is starting in 15 minutes.
Microphone 1.
Yep.
Microphone 4.
So
Microphone 1. Mr. Starr?
Thank you. So first of all, I want to thank everybody for voting down the motion so that I can then represent it with combined.
Okay.
My combined motion is to suspend the rules to adopt this bylaw amendment up here.
That's not a privileged motion, and I was ahead of
Please
him.
don't interrupt me. And to seat the people from this morning that were deemed ineligible. That's my motion. It's a combined motion. I think there's 2/3 of the room that want to do that.
Okay. 1 second. Does it have a second?
Second.
Okay, 1 second.
I believe so. That's not a privileged motion. I have something that
If we all vote yes on this, it gets the job done and we move on. I know it's not our favorite solution, but just saying.
Point of information. Point of information, microphone 3.
Go ahead.
Microphone 3.
Jim Fulner, Cumberland, Wisconsin. Was Mr. Starr's motion a privileged motion?
All right. So, Mr. Starr, can we get his motion? Oh, it's up. Move to suspend the rules to amend the bylaws to say by 2/3 vote, the convention may approve additional delegates and alternates whose names and addresses are submitted to the Credentials Committee during the convention, and to seat the Washington and Oklahoma delegation additions.
Okay, my inquiry though My point of information was, is his motion to suspend the rules a privileged motion?
No.
Then why was he recognized again prior to other folks who have been waiting to be recognized longer than he has?
I'm sorry, state that again?
If his motion was not a privileged motion, why was he recognized prior to other delegates who have been waiting longer to be recognized than he had been?
Because I can't see you or hear you, and when people are speaking up, they're not saying their names. Well, that's the reality.
But point of information. Microphone 4. Point of information.
Yes, microphone 1.
No.
Thank you. Elizabeth Brierly, California.
Yes.
A point of information, are these folks under question? I believe that they are already seated. They were not deemed ineligible. They are already seated. Could I get a response on that point?
Yeah, I ruled that what happened was out of order because it was a continuing breach of the bylaws. So the whole reason we're doing this right now is to try to cure the continuing breach of the bylaws and then find a way to seat them.
Okay, I just thought I heard Mr. Starr say that they were not in a,
Yeah, that's right.
that they were
Point of
not
information.
eligible. I believe that they were.
So,
thank you.
Point of information number 4.
okay, point of information, mic number 4.
Thank you, Steve Dosbach, South Carolina. Let's say that this motion passed. Would that then invalidate everything that has been done since those delegates were seated earlier this morning?
What's been done?
We passed up. We passed the
motion
credentials
to
report.
pull back the floor time from RFK and
Would it?
Sean
What
and
would?
give it to R10?
Would the impact be that everything that's happened since then is not
privileged.
It hasn't happened. It would have to all be redone.
Let me do a quick count.
I hope
because
questions of privilege
the number
matter.
of people matter.
Yeah. Microphone number 3, question of privilege. Madam Chair, delegate from Connecticut, Dan Reel, I have a time-sensitive motion that pertains to RFK and Donald Trump's speaking time, and the motion was submitted hours in advance in writing, and we have filibustered our way out of avoiding a motion co-sponsored by 43 delegates that everyone wants to hear and debate.
Mr. Dosbach.
Oh my God. Point of order.
She just completely ignored
Your point of order is not a point of order? Is that Mr. Reel?
Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
It's not a point of order, and I'm going to continue with.
You're
Mr.
going to
Dosbach.
alienate 43 co-sponsoring delegates.
You're gonna
The
wait
media
for
sees
Mr.
you doing it
Dosbach.
right now.
Mr. Dosbach? No,
Yes.
because the vote, it's 29 people who
Ms.
are in question.
McGardle, I'd like to propose that we go tell Donald Trump to go fuck himself away from here. Yes.
That was my motion too. We are a libertarian convention looking to nominate libertarians.
Mr.
We do not
Dosbach,
need to give that
it will
time
not
to
invalidate
non-libertarians.
This is not a GOP cuckolding convention.
You guys, we're almost through it. Please settle down.
I move to vacate the chair.
Point of order. Madam Chair. Madam Chair,
That
point of
needs a
order.
second.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Problem she
Madam
cannot
Chair.
solve.
Madam Chair, point of
We
order.
are still on Mr. Starr's motion, and Mr. Dosbach had a point of order, and I had a really good answer for him.
Point of
That
information,
the number
yes.
of delegates in question would not invalidate any of the results because it required 2/3, and we had way more than 2/3. It would not have hurt the threshold regarding the agenda. Does that make sense?
No.
The
No,
chair was
Okay.
motioned to be vacated, though.
Well,
that
can
was
we-
vacated.
Can I just? I mean, make sure I'm clear on this.
It should be responded to. Motion to vacate the chair. That should be responded to. Should not be ignored like these previous motions.
Point of order,
Right?
That's right. Thank you,
Madam
good
Chair,
sir.
this is out of order. My motion has the
Thank you.
floor
All right.
right now. We need to dispose of the motion, and then you can do whatever the heck
There we
you
go.
want to do other than that. But right now, this motion is on the floor. It needs to be voted on. Let's vote in favor of this. Let's seat these delegates and let's get some goddamn business done.
Okay,
Point of order, Mrs. Chair. I'd like to call the question on his motion, please.
all right. The question has been called. Any objection? Please don't.
No.
It's a suspension of the rules. We shouldn't really be debating it, but you know what I mean. Okay, we need 2/3.
Yeah.
There's an objection to calling the question, even though it's a non-debatable motion. We're going to go to a vote. And you need 2/3 to suspend the rules, so that the bylaws say by 2/3 vote, the convention may approve additional delegates and alternates whose names and addresses are submitted to the Credentials Committee during convention, and to seat the Washington and Oklahoma delegation additions, revisiting a prior vote. All in favor, please stand. It requires 2/3.
Stand up, stand up.
They said vote no, so please vote yes.
All right.
Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. Do you need me to repeat the motion?
No.
Okay, it's on the screen. Well, we've said it many times now. To move to suspend the bylaws, move to suspend the rules, to amend the bylaws as follows. Instead of 7/8, by 2/3 vote, the convention may approve additional delegates and alternates whose names and addresses are submitted to the Credentials Committee during the convention, and to seat the Washington and Oklahoma delegation additions. So those of you who are opposed to it are voting right now. Do you want me to start over? No. All right, we're going to start over. If you are in favor of this motion, please stand. It takes 2/3. Yes, there we go. Everybody's standing. All right.
This is lawless.
Let's be ungovernable, everybody. Let's prove it and be ungovernable.
Take a seat.
Ungovernable. Ungovernable.
I really think that's
Let's prove it.
2/3. Those of you who are opposed, go ahead and stand up. All right, we have 2/3. It passes. Thank you.
Microphone 4.
Microphone 4.
I motion to suspend the rules to add to the agenda an item immediately following its acceptance to consider the ratification of Region 1.
Boo! We need an agenda before we can do that.
We have an agenda. The
We have
agenda
not
passed.
approved- we have
Yeah, we
not-
did. A long time ago.
Point
Chair.
of order,
Yeah,
Madam
we
Chair.
did.
I believe
We
that's
have
out
an
of order.
agenda.
That
It passed.
is out of order. It is
Yeah.
not up to the people
A long time
outside
ago,
of
it passed.
Region 1 to vote on who's in Region 1.
Madam
Unless we
Chair,
wanna just
he is
give
not,
them a nice-
not asking that. He's asking to consider the LNC's move that ratified Region 1.
Okay. How would you like, can you be clearer?
How do you want me to be any more clear?
Restate your motion.
He is moving to suspend the rules to add to the agenda a time to consider and debate the LNC's move to ratify Region 1 against the will of some of their region members.
Sorry. Parliamentary inquiry, please, Mike 1.
All right, does it have a second?
Second.
Parliamentary inquiry. Parliamentary inquiry, Mike 4.
Mike 4.
Arthur DiBianca from Texas again. Madam Chair, did we finally adopt our agenda earlier?
Yeah, we had an agenda.
The answer is yes?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, microphone 3. Over here, you.
Yes.
Sam Goldstein, delegate from Indiana. I move to amend the agenda time-wise to extend business today and tomorrow to 5:00 p.m. each day.
We're still on my agenda, though. I have a
Okay,
motion.
Well, we were on the motion regarding Region 1, Mr. Goldstein.
Madam Chair, microphone 1.
I need to know who made that motion.
Mike Chenise of Wisconsin.
Point of order, Madam Chair, microphone 1. Okay. Dustin Blankenship, West Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Blankenship.
This is, I guess, more of a question, but during the last kerfuffle, there was a motion to vacate the chair. Would that then become the next agenda item? I just want to make sure we're doing things correctly.
It was not recognized because it was not in order at the time. So someone would
It
have to
was in
remake
order at the
that,
time.
and
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Right now, we're on Region 1. Where's the point of order?
Mike 4. Me again.
Thank you.
Microphone 4, thank you.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I think it would be more accurate to say that this is not an amendment to the agenda. This is simply a suspension of the rules to take up a question about this move. This is simply a suspension of the rules in order to consider a question.
Okay, it will still require 2/3. Okay. So I believe your motion is in order, although I don't know that there's a particular consequence to it, but we can go ahead and deliberate it if that's what you'd like. Someone speaking in favor or against the motion?
Madam Chair, point of information, Mike 1.
Yes.
Paul Bracco, delegate from Virginia. Can you please state the motion?
Michael Chiani's move to suspend the rules to take up consideration of the LNC's move to ratify Region 1.
Thank you.
And to take it up now, I assume, not at a particular time.
Yes.
Okay, and was there a second?
Madam.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded.
Madam
Okay.
Chair, point of order. Microphone 2.
Thank you.
We have to follow the agenda, correct? And the next thing on the agenda is the treasurer's report.
Yes.
So I think we should go to the treasurer's report because we have to follow the agenda.
Thank you. But this is suspending the rules, but that's reasonable argument. Okay?
I move to call the question. James Wiley, Colorado.
James Wiley's moved to call the question. It's been moved and seconded to call the question. Any objection to calling the question?
I object. The maker of the motion hasn't even had a chance to speak in favor of the motion yet.
Oh, you're right. It's not debatable. We're just hearing points of order and points of information, although most of them are probably trying to argue. It is what it is. All right.
I would like to speak in favor of the motion.
Okay. Should we go to a vote? We need to suspend the rules first to take up consideration. Go to a vote quickly. All in favor? Stand up. Sorry, it's like church, but it's so much easier if you stand up. All in favor of suspending the rules to take up consideration? These are the people who want to do this. You want to suspend the rules.
Dude, I took that picture in my office in Vegas. That's
We're
how
at the Libertarian Party National Convention in Washington, D.C. Please. They stay tuned.
Voting.
Oh.
Please ask them not to do that.
That's an issue. Delegation chairs, please check your delegations.
Madam Chair, Mike 4.
Microphone 4.
Madam Chair, Arthur DiBianca, I call for the orders of the
Thank
day.
you. Next item on the agenda, I believe, is the treasurer's report. Is it? I don't have it in front of me.
Madam Chair, question of urgent privilege, time sensitive, 10 minutes from now. Microphone 3, Dan Reel from Connecticut.
Microphone 3.
I have submitted a motion that was co-sponsored by 43 highly now alienated and disaffected delegates. That motion seeks to give back the time to RFK and Trump to libertarian candidates that we intend to run against these individuals.
Your motion is out of order, and
I appeal the ruling of this rogue Republican chair.
It's not part of party business.
I can also be a plaintiff if you want.
That's fine.
See you in court then.
The Kennedy talk is happening right now.
Hey, Angela, I know how much you like to suck
Anybody
GOP
would like
cock.
to go? All right. Call to order.
Order. That's out of order, and it's a complete violation of the NAP. He can kiss my ass.
Come to order. Now.
Assault! 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 Assault!
Okay, I'm sure. Sergeant at Arms, please escort anybody who's getting a little too rowdy over to hotel security if they're needed.
Madam Chair, do we have a sergeant at arms?
Point of information, Madam
Have you
Chair.
identified who that person is so that
We
we
have
all know?
a couple of Sergeant of Arms. I see Ollie, Richard Stafford. Ollie's on it. He's doing a fantastic job. Now, it's 3:30. We had a schedule today. Kennedy's talking, reading the room. It looks like most of you want to continue business.
Madam Chair, mic 4.
Point of
So,
information, Madam Chair.
My suggestion is, for those of you who would like to go see a talk, you are free to do so at this time. Is
Madam-
that reasonable? Okay,
Madam Chair, I have a highly privileged motion at mic 4.
Mike 4, yes.
Arthur DiBianca.
Yes.
I'm going to make a funny motion that we need because we do not have a time-based agenda. I'm going to make a motion to fix the time to which to adjourn. And I move that when this meeting adjourns, whenever that is, we adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you. Oh, actually, that is already in order because that was part of Mr. Redpath's special order.
Okay, I did not know that was the time of convening, so I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Point of information, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Microphone 1.
Can we find our treasurer? And yes,
Am I recognized?
yes.
Starchild, delegate from California. Another time-sensitive matter that I tried to bring up earlier, I'll ask again now, and I'll wait for a little bit more quiet in the room so people can hear. Thank you. I am inquiring as to how votes for none of the above cast in terms of platform plank retention tokens will be counted. Can people vote for none of the above for that if they don't want to delete anything from the current platform and have those votes counted?
I don't believe that NOTA is in order for platform tokens.
I would like, if I could, to get a parliamentarian's ruling on that.
Right.
Some of us would like to stop stuff from being deleted, and if we can do that by voting none of the above, in terms of submitting the tokens, because otherwise we basically don't have a vote.
Hey, Starchild, if you could just wait 1 second
Sure.
so I can chat about it.
Thank you.
Well, it's still, yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
Mike 4, point of information. Dan Lewis of Illinois.
NOTA is not in order for platform tokens. I'm very sorry, but it is not in order, and that would be very confusing for tellers, and we're unclear as to what it would even you'd be notating.
Madam Chair, Mike 4, point of information. Dan Lewis of Illinois. What time was is business supposed to end today?
Well,
Sorry, I don't have the schedule in front of me.
5 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
One, two, three. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Focusing on that.
Madam Chair, point of, or Parliament, excuse me, motion to recess for 10 minutes so people can calm the hell down.
All right, do we want to take a recess for 10 minutes? I'm not sure that people want to take a recess for 10 minutes, which is why I have not called one.
Where was Massey, by the way? Massey was out.
All right, I didn't hear any seconds on that. I believe our next item of business is the treasurer's report.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
Where are you at? Okay, we're going to go to the treasurer's report.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
Oh, okay, microphone 3.
Jim Follner, Cumberland, Wisconsin. Thank you for recognizing me after waiting in line here for well over an hour. I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules to extend tomorrow's time of adjournment from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. and to rescind the invitation to former President and WWE Hall of Famer Donald Trump.
Second.
I second that.
It's not in order. It's out of order. He's not part of convention business. He's not part of convention.
Point of information.
Okay, it's becoming dilatory. Last one. We're going to go to the treasurer's report.
Can we please hear from the parliamentarian whether or not that is in order?
I've already consulted with him, trust me, many times in advance on this particular topic. It's not in order. It's not part of convention business.
But it is part of the convention, which according to Robert's rules is allowed and controlled by the delegates, correct?
It's dilatory and we're moving on.
Folks, how are you? Todd Hagopian, National Treasurer.
Okay.
I'm going to keep this fairly short and not nearly as rowdy. I have submitted a treasurer's report. I've submitted a treasurer's report that has plenty of charts, facts, and figures. Today, I will just go through the first 2 pages, which is the summary. So inside of that treasurer's report, you will have a summary. You will have statements of activities and changes in your net assets. You will have statement of cash flows. You will have an auditor's opinion showing a clean audit. You will have term accomplishments. The next page, Madam Secretary, is the letter from the treasurer. The treasurer of the LNC is responsible for the oversight of all financial functions, including but not limited to receipts, disbursements, internal and external reporting. I am happy to announce the following results. We have a clean FEC bill of health. We have had the cleanest audit in several years with no significant deficiencies. We have paid off the mortgage that we previously took out. We have outsourced and professionalized the accounting department, which led to that clean audit. We defeated an FEC complaint that was wrongly filed unanimously in our favor. And we have the highest sustained cash and cash equivalent balances that we've had in 10 plus years. The bottom line is that this party is financially strong, despite rumors to the contrary. We have done a good job. Thank you all. I appreciate it. I'll be around for questions.
Mr.
if you read the
Treasurer,
report. Thank
Mr. Treasurer, microphone 4.
All right, I will take questions.
Mr. Treasurer, I have one question, and a quick question at microphone 4.
Where are you at? Okay.
This is Arthur DiBianca from Texas.
Okay.
Mr. Treasurer, would it be accurate to say that LNC revenue in 2023 was lower than in any of the previous 20 years?
I do not know if it was lower than any of the previous 20 years. It was certainly low.
Was it, Mr. Treasurer, lower than almost any of the previous 20 years?
That is probably accurate.
And could you please give us the projected revenue for 2024?
Yes, we should be in the arena of 1.6 to 1.7 million in 2024, potentially higher based on the successful fundraising of this convention.
And can you quote, for comparison purposes, Mr. Treasurer, do you happen to know the revenue for 2020?
I do not have 2020. I believe 2022 was just over 2 million.
Thank you.
Yep.
Point of information, microphone, or question point, microphone 4. Steve Dosbach, South Carolina. It says there that they paid off the mortgage this LNC inherited. Wasn't that a loan against business assets and not a mortgage? I'm pretty sure that they ended up not doing the mortgage. It was business assets. Is that?
I apologize. Yeah, there was a lien, so I called it a mortgage, but
Yeah.
you're correct.
Yeah, line of credit based on business assets?
Correct.
Thank you.
Point of personal privilege, microphone 4, Leighton from Alaska.
Yes, sir.
I was wondering if you have an estimate of what the LNC has, or the Libertarian Party has raised in the last 2 days.
Yes, we have raised over 400,000 this month. I believe we have raised over 200,000 in the last 2.5 days.
Well done. Microphone 4.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Treasurer, Billy Pierce from Texas. Could you please tell us how much the LNC, the Libertarian Party, nationally has spent on ballot access and candidates?
I would have to look at the reports for that. I apologize. I do not have that right handy, but it's in all of the monthly reports that I've been submitting.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Question, mic 1, please. Rajani Mayatico from California. Just, does the report include percent changes? So if there was a percent increase or a percent decrease over time from last year, from 2 years ago, do you have any of those kind of?
The report is based directly on what previous reports have looked like. So what it will show is 2022, 2023, and year-to-date 2024, which is what we've always shown. You can always email me with more questions for previous reports or all the financial reports for the last 10 plus years around LPDIA.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yep.
Microphone 4. Mike Saliba, Real Chair, Michigan. Mr. Treasurer, could you please tell us how much the LNC has spent on suing me and the rest of the Michigan 8 in federal court, and how that number compares to cuts to ballot access spending?
Ballot access spending was not cut, so that question is mute.
How much did you spend on suing us?
Yeah. Again, I've submitted all of those financials, and that was 2023, and it's all.
The case is ongoing.
Next question.
John Thomas, microphone 1.
Yes, sir.
Pennsylvania. I move that we accept the treasurer's report.
It's not in order. Thank you, though. I appreciate the cheering.
So do I.
Then I'm going to add to a point
Next
of
question.
parliamentary inquiry or a point of information.
All right. Seeing no more.
Microphone 4.
Yes, sir.
What part, I guess it's a parliamentary inquiry. What part of the bylaws makes it out of order to ask a treasurer about a budget item, such as how much money was spent by the LNC to sue other libertarians in order to defend intellectual property as a concept?
Nobody said it was out of order?
Question,
asked and I
microphone 4.
answered.
John Phillips from Illinois, question from microphone 4.
Yes, sir.
How much was raised in the presidential straw poll this weekend? And I would like to thank our presidential candidates for all their fundraising efforts.
I believe that that number was $183,000.
Great job, presidential candidates. Great job bailing us out.
Any more questions?
Ryan Sugden, microphone 3.
Yes, sir.
I recall you mentioning that the outsourcing of the accounting department was more expensive than anticipated. Is that an ongoing increased expense or a short-term one?
We are hoping that a short term, they have been going down and down in cost. It had to do with them basically between the FEC portion of the accounting and the accounting portion of the accounting. It took a little longer to get them up to speed on the FEC portion, and we do pay by the hour. So in addition, when we have to go through audits or when we need additional information for the FEC, every bit of that costs money. So when we have a challenge that is ridiculous, that costs us money.
Thank you.
Microphone 1.
Yes, sir.
Mark Inkle, former national chair, delegate from California. In the last 2 years, did the LNC pay any fines to the FEC?
No, we did not.
Mr. Treasurer, microphone 1.
Yes, sir.
Related to a previous comment about alleged bailout of this convention, was the convention profitable, or is it profitable without that fundraising from the presidential candidates?
We will not know until the end of the convention, but
Could you speculate?
yes, I believe this convention will be extremely profitable regardless of the $183,000.
Yes.
Madam Chair, Adrian F. Malagon, California. I move to go to the next agenda item, which I believe is the Audit Committee report.
Any objections to moving to the Audit Committee reports? Hearing none, we're going to go to the Audit Committee report. Thank you. Here comes our Audit Committee Chair.
Point of order. There was an objection.
There is an objection.
Yelled out before the chair ruled that that was complete. Thank you.
Did anyone keep time on that? Because I think it was 10 minutes. Okay, we're going to move on. I apologize I didn't hear your objection, but we're also on time.
Okay, hello. I'm Kathy Yediskavage. I'm the chair of the National Audit Committee. Thank you. The Audit Committee has two authorities. The bylaws requiring an annual audit prepared in accordance with the generally accepted accounting principles, GAAP, and the establishment of a standing committee of 3 members, one of which should be a non-officer member of the LNC. The policy manual defines the tasks of the audit committee to include selecting an independent auditor and helping to interpret any results or curing any deficiencies that are identified in audits. The 2022 audit was concluded in fall of 2020 by Fry and Company CPAs. And in the unqualified opinion of the auditor, the 2022 financial statements present fairly the LNC's financial position. And that an unqualified opinion is the highest level of assurance that an auditor will give. 2022 year-end revenue was $2,083,542, and expenses were $2,010,837, for a change in net assets of $72,705. There were 4 minor adjusting entries made during the course of the audit, resulting in a decrease in net assets of approximately $6,200. In the management letter, the auditor recommended a review of internal controls and segregation of duties due to the departure of some key management staff. The audit committee reviewed each of these recommendations in detail and can report that all have been addressed, as Mr. Hagopian stated, through the hiring of our outside accounting firm, Veracity Pros, and the engagement of a digital mail provider, which is U.S. Global Mail.
If just people could keep it down. Some people are having a hard time hearing.
The 2023 audit was concluded in March by Lehman, Flynn, Valero CPAs. In addition, the tax form was filed in a timely manner by the CPA firm. In the past years, tax forms were prepared in-house. In the interest of best practices, the audit committee initiated a selection process and engaged a new CPA firm. The LNC had utilized the same firm since at least 2012, and it was deemed prudent to get a fresh look, considering turnover in key staff positions and change in the accounting processes. And again, in the unqualified opinion of the auditor, the 2023 financial statements present fairly the LNC's financial positions, again, the highest level that an auditor will give. 2023 year-end revenue was $1,131,567, and expenses were $1,246,579, for a change in net assets of negative $115,12. One adjusting entry was made during the audit. The March 2024 payment for the 2022 audit was adjusted to be recorded in 2023 as the expenditure was accrued in 2023. We use the accrual method of accounting, and that requires expenditures to be recorded when the expense is actually incurred, as opposed to when it was paid. No issues were identified in the management letter, and there are no corrective actions or other remedial actions to take. Any questions? Oh, I will be posting this on the business list. There are QR codes to the 2022 and 2023 audits in the booklets. The audits have also been posted on the business list. If anyone has any questions or needs other links to it or whatever, I'm in the Arizona delegation. You can stop by. And the audit committee report will be attached to the minutes. Thank you, Kathy. Questions? No?
Madam Chair.
All righty.
Madam Chair.
I don't identify as madam. Yes. What microphone? Hello?
Mr. Vice Chair.
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to recess for 1 hour.
Where, can you please state your name?
Darian Drake from Montana.
All right. There's been a motion to recess for 1 hour. Is there a second? Second. All righty. And there is objection.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Objection.
Mike
We have
Four,
business to do.
Microphone 4.
Arthur DiBianca from Texas. Would it be in order to amend the motion to recess?
I believe so.
We have a chair debate coming up in half an hour, I believe, and it might be good to recess and return after the chair debate. So I would move to amend to recess until 5:30.
All right. There is an amendment to the motion could you restate that, please?
Yes, I'm amending the motion so that it would now be a motion to recess until 5:30 p.m.
And
it would be very stupid to get her out of this.
1 second.
We can't do business.
I'm here for business too. I've been sitting waiting all day at business.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Michael 2.
Mr. Chair, point of order, microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Yes, I think it would be prudent to have nominations of our chair candidates before we have a chair debate, and then we could probably recess to the chair debate.
Okay. Is that a motion?
I move at this point in time, we move to nominations of chair of the Libertarian Party for the next term.
All right. We do have a motion to,
Mr. Chair, call for orders of the day.
1 second, please.
Somebody just did. That's orders of the day.
When you come to the microphone, please clearly state your name and the delegation that you're sitting with. Now, I believe we still have a motion on the floor to recess for 1 hour. So I think we should move forward with that, either vote yes or no on that, and then we can consider other.
He's choosing not to.
Unless the mover wants to withdraw that motion to recess. Okay. And there was a second. Any discussion? Is there any objection to recess for 1 hour?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Microphone 1, 2.
Mr. Chair, microphone 2.
Can you please state your name and delegation?
Samuel Bowler, Alabama. I've been standing here for an hour and a half and want a motion, so I'd rather continue going on with business at this time.
Okay.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I don't
point of
believe,
it-
motion to recess is debatable. I believe that's an undebatable motion.
Okay, the motion to recess is not debatable. Thank you.
Point of information.
Point of information.
Microphone 4.
Microphone 4.
Yeah, Steve Dosbach, South Carolina. Do we know when the nomination, not the tokens, the nomination petitions for vice president are due? Because we hadn't, when I checked earlier, we didn't have a time yet. Do we have a time?
I believe it's 5 p.m. tonight.
It's 5 p.m. for the nomination petitions as well as the tokens? Is that correct? All right, thank you.
Yep. All right. So let's move on to a vote to recess for 1 hour. All those in favor, please stand. Okay, please sit. All those opposed, please stand. Does not look like we will be recessing.
Mr. Chair, microphone 2, Samuel Bowler, Alabama.
Yes, sir.
So our state missed one of our alternates that was selected at our state convention, and it wasn't included on the report since the credentials committee. We have already discussed with the alternate that was promoted in the place that he would have been, and they both agreed that they would be okay with H. Marty Shelper being demoted from delegate back to alternate, and then Mr. Joshua Standridge being added to our delegation. This was a clerical error on our part that we would like to remedy, please.
Okay. This would be a 2/3 vote.
Actually, does that even, it's just a shuffling of alternate and they don't, I don't think it requires any approval.
Okay. Then they will-
Mr. Standridge wasn't listed as an alternate or delegate at all on our report.
Okay, that's different. That's different.
Okay, then he'll need to be added.
Exactly.
It-
So H. Marty Shelper is the alternate he would be replacing, who's now a delegate, and his name is Joshua Standridge.
I've just got something for after this, so if you've got something to say on this, go for it. Well, it's 2/3 because we just changed the bylaw for this convention. But it could be done without an objection, yeah.
Mr. Chair, microphone 2.
Yes, sir.
Travis Boss, delegate from West Virginia.
Yes, sir.
Pulling up my motion. This is a timely motion. I move to make Larry Sharp eligible to run for VP in 2024, even though he is a stand-in candidate in New York.
Right now, there's a motion on the floor. Once we dispense with that, then we will entertain more motions.
Mr. Chair, point of information. Mike 4.
1 second, please.
This is a no-brainer. Why don't they just do it?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Okay, Sam Bowler moved to add Joshua Stanridge to the delegation list due to clerical omission and failure to submit his name to the credentials report. It only requires 2/3. Are we going to have discussion on it? Are we going to go to a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, the motion passes.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
This is Sam Goldstein, delegate from Indiana. I move that we open nominations for chair of the Libertarian Party for the 2024-26 term.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a timely parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
Microphone 4, I'm sorry.
Microphone
John Phillips
4.
from Illinois.
Thank you.
Understanding that there are a few delegates that have had their pins come off and they're being told by credentials that there are no replacements.
That is probably true because there probably are no replacements. We only ordered a few replacements and we did pins because they were more secure than ribbons.
Okay, so we are disenfranchising just delegates that have lost their pins.
No.
No,
We are
we're
asking
punishing them for
delegates to be
irresponsibility.
accountable for their belongings and being the fact that they are a delegate. We have actually been really generous to delegates in making sure that people get sat, and I think we've been taking good care of our delegation.
Madam Chair, was there a second to my motion?
What is your motion? To open nominations?
Correct.
I did not hear a second. but we
Madam
did hear
Chair,
one.
I have a point of personal privilege, Mike 4.
Okay,
Dan
I did
Lewis.
hear a second, and microphone 4.
Dan Lewis of Illinois.
Dan Lewis of Illinois.
Yeah. I just want to, even if I don't agree with you on everything, I do want to apologize on behalf of that delegate that got out of line and said those things to you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, microphone 1.
Microphone 1.
I would like to second the motion to open nominations for chair.
All right, thank you. So it's been moved and seconded to open nominations for chair. At this point, nominations are in order. Anyone who'd like to make a nomination for chair?
I nominate Ken Molman.
All right.
Dan Lewis of Illinois. Nominating Ken Molman.
Where and who? Please state your name.
I'm at Mike 4, Dan Lewis of Illinois, and I'm nominating Ken Molman for chair.
Thank you. For those of you who are about to make nominations, please don't fumble the ball. Make it really nice for your nominee. State your name, state your state, and then state your nominee.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
This is Sam Goldstein, delegate for Indiana. I have the great privilege of placing in nomination the name of Mark Rutherford for chair of the Libertarian Party. I served with him as vice chair, served with him on the LNC, and he will do a great job stabilizing this party and moving it forward in our fight for liberty for the next 2 years. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Right, 1 second before we move on. You need to turn in your nomination papers to the tellers for chair. So it's 30 signatures on a nomination paper. Those need to be in. 20, my apologies. It's is it 20 or 15? It's 15. There's 20 on the form. You only need 15. 15 signatures. That needs to be turned into the tellers. If you have not done so, run over there now because it'll be out of order by the time I'm done talking and taking nominations. And this is the only time I'm trying to extend it to be polite. Okay.
Madam Chair, at 4.
Yes.
At 4, Lee Koritzer, Florida. I nominate Steve Nikila from the Republic of the Conch in Florida.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Jennifer Leatherberry from Virginia. I nominate Angela McCardle for chair.
Thank you. Any additional nominations?
Madam Chair,
Do all of our candidates thus far accept nominations? Did Mr. Ken Molman accept his nomination? He said yes. Okay, thank you. I believe. Mr.
Madam
Paul
Chair,
Marco.
microphone 3.
1 second, Mike. We're at microphone 1, and then we'll jump to 3. Yes. Or I'm sorry, you're microphone 2. Wherever you are. You're
Paul Bracco, delegate from Virginia. I move to close nominations for chair.
Thank you. Are there, okay, are there other nominees? I don't hear, is there an objection? Because, okay.
Madam Chair, microphone
It's
3.
premature if there are other nominees, but it's unclear if there are other nominees.
Madam Chair, point of information.
Madam Chair,
Microphone 3.
Yes, microphone 3.
Evan
Who's that?
McMahon, Indiana. It was, okay, the secretary got it. Sam Goldstein was the nominator for Mark Rutherford. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Please make sure you speak clearly because the echo is a little trying. If you're stumbling your words. Okay, I don't hear any other nominations.
Madam Chair,
Yes?
point of information.
Okay.
I'm Kareem Mays from Pennsylvania. I nominate George Besda for chair.
That's not a point of information, but it is a nomination.
Point of personal privilege.
Sorry.
Can you please ask people to quiet down a little bit?
Yeah.
It's really hard to hear.
Guys, please come to order. We're quieter we are, the faster we'll go. Could you please restate your nominee? Okay.
Hello, I'm Kareem from Pennsylvania, and I nominate George Besda. I believe I'm saying that correctly for chair.
Thank you.
Point of personal privilege, microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Could we possibly get the font size on the displays increased back up to 125% since lunch?
Thank you. Okay. Now, I believe someone was going to close nominations.
This is Paul Bracco, delegate from Virginia. I move to close nominations for LNC chair.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to close nominations. Is there any objection at this point? Paul Bracco, Virginia. Going once, going twice. Hearing no objection, nominations are closed.
Madam Chair, Mike
Chair,
4.
Mike 2.
Mike 2?
Travis Boss, delegate from West Virginia.
Yes.
I move to suspend the rules, to amend the bylaws, to allow stand-in candidates to be nominated for president and vice president for this convention only.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to suspend the rules to allow stand-in candidates to be nominated for president and vice president of this convention only. Oh, to amend the bylaws. To allow.
Point of information.
Point of order.
I know what it is.
You cannot suspend the bylaws.
To suspend the rules to amend the bylaws.
So to
Travis Boss moved to suspend the rules to amend the bylaws to allow stand-in candidates to run for president and vice president for this convention only.
Parliamentary inquiry, Madam Chair, Mike 4.
Microphone 4, and then we're going to 1.
Arthur DiBianca from Texas. To clarify, is this a combined motion where the rules would be suspended and the motion pass at once?
Yes, it is a combined motion.
Thank you.
Rolled into 1.
Point.
Okay, back to Mike.
One, thank you. Point of information, Elizabeth Brierly,
Yes.
California. Would it be in order to ask the maker of that motion to either explain or ask somebody else knowledgeable about this to explain what the inception was of that bylaw about not allowing stand-ins to serve?
It's not in order. It's not debatable. I think everybody in this room can figure out why this is happening. We need to move to a vote because it's not debatable.
I'd like to understand the rationale before I vote. Thank you.
Point of order, microphone 4.
Point of order on 1.
Okay, it's being done.
Point of order on the claim that it's not debatable. You've combined two motions, one to suspend the rules and one to change the bylaws. Changing the bylaws is debatable. Suspend the rules is not. By combining them, you're preventing any debate on the motion.
There is no debate on the motion. I'm sorry.
Request
I've
for information,
consulted with the
microphone 4.
Parliamentarian on this multiple times.
Point of information.
Request for
on one.
information, microphone 4.
Request for information. Okay, so
Microphone
first of
1.
all, we're going to go to microphone 1 because this man's had his hand up for a while and I keep trying to call on him.
Yes, Mike Seebeck, Alabama.
asking what a standing candidate is.
If we move to suspend the rules on this, is that going to have an impact on ballot access anywhere?
Unknown.
Madam Chair, microphone 4.
Microphone 4.
Arthur DiBianca from Texas.
Yes.
At this time, Madam Chair, I move that we adjourn for the day.
Yeah.
All right. All right. That is in
Microphone
order.
3.
It is in order.
Microphone 3.
And it is not debatable. We are going to go to a vote.
And it appears that they've adjourned. We'll be going to RFK as soon as they've finished.
Point of information, and we're going to a vote on
Microphone
adjournment.
3, Kristen Alexander, Indiana.
Yes.
I would just like to clarify the motion on the floor. Is it to adjourn or to recess?
He said to adjourn for the day, so we would come back according to our special order at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Okay, can I get the name? That was Art who made that motion, DiBianca from Texas? Is that correct? Okay, thank you. All right, this is a majority vote. If you are in favor of adjournment, I need you to please stand. Please be seated. All right. I need everybody who wants to adjourn to sit down. And I need everybody who wants to go to business to stand, to continue business to stand up.
This one's actually close, Angela.
I think adjournment passed.
Microphone 4, division.
Okay. Do you guys, I need 20 people if you want to call for division. We've done it before. I know it's the end of the day, but we're going to honor it. You want to call for division, we're going to do it. All right. So,
Microphone 3, request for information.
Yes,
Was the motion on adjournment or recess?
it's adjournment. It's adjournment until we come back in the morning. We have a special order to reconvene at 9 a.m. tomorrow and start with our presidential debate. All right, so I want tellers to come out and help me. I want everybody to go to your seats. Go to your seats.
So in effect,
Let's try to do
it
this
is a
very
recess.
quickly.
God, thank you. God.
Let's do it so fast. The way this is going to happen is everybody's going to find their seat. Tellers have a section. The first thing they're going to do is they're going to count the yeses. And if you're a yes, you're going to stand in your place in your seat. Please don't walk around unless you're a teller because you make it harder. Are our tellers ready? I need a head nod, a hand wave. I need a gesture from my tellers. Are you ready? Okay, everybody who
Quorum?
wants to adjourn, please stand up.
Quorum. Do we have quorum?
Yes, quorum called. Yes, we have quorum. All right, go for it.
Point of question.
All right, guys. They're going to count the no's. So I want everybody who was a yes to sit down. All the yeses, please be seated. Unfortunately, we've got to count both. Okay, people who do not want to adjourn, you want to continue business, please stand. Tellers are going to come and count you.
Oh, no breaks. You either be up there and you be strong. We get business done. No sleep. Five.
Hello, everyone. We have a decision. The vote on adjournment was 375 yes, 311 no. The yeses have it. We are adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Madam Chair, can I,
We will continue business by jumping immediately, because we have a special rule of order, to our presidential debate. That's the first order of business tomorrow morning.
Madam Chair, point of personal privilege, can you make an announcement about the regional caucuses happening at 5:15 to 6:45 that they can find their room on lnc2024.com/schedule?
Right now, if you so desire, you can go see Robert F. Kennedy Jr. speak. It's your choice. It's happening. There is a deadline coming up at 5 p.m. Please get your vice presidential nominations turned into the tellers. Are you running for vice president?
Yes.
Madam Chair, can you clarify where the tellers are right now so we can do that, and also let us know what's happening for the rest of the evening according to our program?
Madam Chair. I'm sorry, I'm in the middle of trying to make announcements. Please get your tokens also turned in for the vice presidential debate. Those are boxes over past the tellers. So get all of that turned in. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Caucusing is happening for some of the regions as well. Please find areas to caucus. I believe that's listed on lnc2024.com. Believe that's all of the announcements. The vice presidential debate will be happening later tonight. It will be immediately followed by a debate with Vivek Ramaswamy, the winner of that debate. After that, we have comedy night. After that, we have the enemy of the state party. That's happening in the Crystal Ballroom. Thank you all.
Madam Chair, when is the chair debate?
Until 7 a.m. and then broke.
Chair debate is
Yeah, I have
not
a
in
12-hour
the
shift last
agenda. Let me figure
So
out.
I'm going off 3 beers, 2 Red Bulls, and 0 sleep.
The agenda we approved today had a chair's debate.
Has hotel staff been instructed not to throw away all our stuff, like in Orlando? Okay.
California, this is your delegate chair. Just a reminder, regional caucuses do not apply to us. We've already selected our Region 4 representative and alternate. We do not need to meet. I repeat, we do not need to meet. Just answering that for a lot of you who have asked. Thank you.
Speaking of World War II and veterans and everything, do you think that's just like some?
Chair candidates, chair candidates, chair candidates. Are we having a chairs debate? We're supposed to have a chairs debate upstairs, and I believe the Kennedy talk is running over because it started late.
Yeah, I like a little bit of both. You know what I mean? Like a good mix. Exactly. So. I'm not a member of any. I could see me if there was a candidate caucus. That's the first thing.
Your mom is dilatory.
Good catching up. I'll be here. I'm not leaving right now. But yeah. Yeah. Well, it's good seeing y'all. See you tomorrow. Yeah, I've never been. This is my first national.
We're just waiting on the RFK event. We switch over to that room now, and we'll be presenting that as soon as they appear and start. Should be soon.
Constitution was in danger at that point of not being ratified. And that's when James Madison came to the rescue by drafting the Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments to the United States Constitution. Originally, Madison felt that the Bill of Rights were unnecessary because it was obvious to him that the government couldn't exert powers that the Constitution had not assigned to it. But as everybody in this hall knows, governments don't like to limit themselves. Instead, they're constantly moving to exert and appropriate new powers. But the Patriots in 1791 vividly remembered the British tyranny, and they knew that every power that a government takes, it will never voluntarily relinquish. And every power a government takes, it will ultimately abuse to the ultimate extent possible. And that's why the delegates to the Constitutional Convention balked at a constitution that only enumerated government powers, but nowhere limited them. And so thanks to George Mason, the Bill of Rights was enshrined in our nation's founding documents. The main articles of the Constitution enumerate what the government can do. The Bill of Rights is the opposite. It enumerates what the government cannot do. It's the Bill of Rights that earned America the reputation as the land of liberty. The problem is the Bill of Rights is only a document. It doesn't have any magical powers to force government officials to respect it. And I'm sorry to say that again and again throughout our history, our leaders have failed to respect it. Again and again, they have cited some pretext to suspend and volunteer and violate our constitutional rights. There's always a reason why right now the rights are an inconvenience that we can't afford. It was the Red Scare in the 1920s. It was Joe McCarthy in the 1950s. It was civil rights protests and the Vietnam War protesters in the 1960s. It was the war on drugs in the 1970s. It was the war on terror after 2001. And most recently, it was the COVID pandemic. Maybe a brainworm ate that part of my memory. I don't recall any part of the United States Constitution where there's an exemption for pandemics. And in fact, there's not one of the amendments of the Bill of Rights has a preamble that says, except when officials choose to declare a public health emergency, they all say very simply, the government shall not infringe on these rights no matter what. If the government can take them away at will, then they're not rights at all. They're really just privileges that are granted or revoked by an authority. Is that the kind of country that you want to live in? No. And every time they suspend rights and then pretend to give them back again, they establish a dangerous precedent. The rights they give back are never quite as strong as the ones that they took away. Oh, obviously, it's not the piece of paper called the Bill of Rights that protects our freedoms. We have to actually believe in it. Our leaders have to believe it with sufficient loyalty to counterbalance the temptations of power. And even more importantly, our citizens have to believe that their rights so loyally that they stand up for them, even when it means taking a personal risk. After all, the Constitution isn't just a legal document. It's also an inspirational document. And that's why, if you treasure your freedom, you better elect leaders who are inspired by it and who will wield it to inspire others. Leaders who believe in freedoms and hold the Bill of Rights in reverence. I'm sorry to say that neither President Trump nor President Biden passed this critical examination. Neither of them upheld the Constitution when it really counted. Let's start with President Trump. I think he had the right instinct when he came into office. He was initially very reluctant to impose lockdowns, but then he got rolled by his bureaucrats. He caved in, and many of our most fundamental rights disappeared practically overnight. It all started with the social media and the mainstream media, apparently without any government prompting, began censoring any speech that departed from the government's official orthodoxies. It's critical to the survival of any democracy that the free press maintains a posture of fierce skepticism toward government pronouncements and towards towards large agglomerations of government and political and economic and corporate power. But suddenly, America's free press was no longer speaking truth to power. Instead, it made itself a vessel for government propaganda. It began suppressing the voices of dissent and silencing and gaslighting the powerless. Oh, Hamilton, Madison, and Adams said that they had put the First Amendment into, or put the right of free expression into the First Amendment because all of the other rights depended on it. A government that has the capacity to silence its critics has license for any kind of atrocity. I grew up reading Aldous Huxley and Robert Heinlein and Arthur Koestler and Franz Kafka and Alexander Solzhenitsyn and George Orwell. And the consistent theme in all of those works was the presumption that censorship of speech was always wrong, that it was always the first step down on the slippery slope toward tyranny and totalitarianism. There is no time when we look back at history and we say that the people who were censoring speech were the good guys. They're always the bad guys. The framers didn't write the First Amendment to protect convenient or desirable speech. They wrote it to protect the kind of speech that nobody wants to hear. They wrote it to protect incendiary speech. They wrote it to protect insults. They wrote it to protect misinformation and disinformation and malinformation and even lies. All of those are protected by the First Amendment. There were no exceptions. The Constitution doesn't have exemptions for wars or resurrections or financial crises or pandemics. The framers wrote the Constitution for hard times. During the American Civil War, the Confederate states were sending up agents provocateurs to the northern cities like Boston and New York and inciting draft riots, and they were destroying northern morale at a critical time during the war. This was a war that almost destroyed our nation. There were for 3 years of that war, nobody had any idea whether the United States of America would exist after the war was over. There was even money on it. There were 659,000 Americans who died during that war. It's the equivalent of 7.2 million today. So Lincoln and the Northern military knew who these agent provocateurs were as soon as they entered the cities. And they began arresting them before they could give these speeches. And the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Roger Taney, said you can't do that. That is an assault against free speech and habeas corpus. And he said, even if the life of the nation is at stake, even if hundreds of thousands of lives are at stake, you cannot suppress our Constitution. It is above everything. But the moment, so they wrote it for hard times. They didn't write it for easy times. They wrote it, United States Bill of Rights was written for the most difficult times. And no matter how difficult they are indomitable. We're not allowed to suppress them. But the moment the White House officials satisfied themselves that the American people would accept censorship by February, the end of February of 2020, they took hammer and tongs to the rest of the Constitution. President Trump allowed his health regulators to mandate science-free social distancing, which undermined our First Amendment rights to freedom of assembly. We can no longer peacefully gather. So that was the first two legs of the First Amendment, freedom of assembly, freedom of speech. And they went after the third leg of the First Amendment, which is freedom of worship. They closed every church in this country for a year. with no due process, with no scientific citation, with no public hearings, no notice and comment rulemaking, no environmental impact statements, all of the process of democracy that I've been suing companies and governments for 40 years because they forgot to do one of those things. And all of our constitutional rights were plowed under. They closed all the churches, but they kept open the Walmarts and the liquor stores. And the Fifth Amendment says that no one shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property unless convicted of a crime. Yet President Trump shut down 3.3 million businesses. President Trump said that he was going to run America like a business. And he came in and he gave the keys to all of our businesses to a 50-year bureaucrat who'd never been elected to anything and had no accountability. They closed down. He closed down 3.3 million businesses with no due process, no just compensation, in violation of the Fifth Amendment. With the lockdowns, the mask mandates, the travel restrictions, President Trump presided over the greatest restriction on individual liberties this country has ever known. He didn't stand up for the Constitution when it really mattered. Next, President Trump's beloved Operation Warp Speed shut down jury trials for any corporation that was involved in COVID countermeasures. Here's what the Seventh Amendment says. No American shall be denied the right of a trial before a jury of his peers in cases or controversies exceeding $25. There is no pandemic exception. And by the way, the framers knew all about pandemics. There were two pandemics during the Revolutionary War, one that decimated the armies of Virginia, the other that destroyed for a long time the army of New England at the very time when Benedict Arnold's army had conquered Montreal. So they had gone into the inner city, taken away from the British, and they owned it, but they had to withdraw because they did not have the troop strength to defend it because of the smallpox epidemic. Otherwise, Canada today would be part of the United States. And all of the framers knew that. And between the end of the war, the Revolutionary War in 1780, the ratification of the Bill of Rights in 1791, there were pandemics in every city in our country. Boston, Philadelphia, New York, North Carolina, South Carolina, all the major cities had cholera epidemics, yellow fever epidemics, malaria epidemics. It killed tens of thousands of people. Almost all of the framers had family members or friends who died in those pandemics. Yet they did not put a pandemic exemption in the United States Constitution. And the waiver of the Seventh Amendment for corporations that were involved in countermeasures meant that no matter how reckless the corporation behaved, no matter how negligent it was, no matter how toxic or unnecessary the ingredients, no matter how shoddy the testing, no matter how grievous your injury, you could not sue that company. They had a ticket to make anything they want without any kind of accountability. The Trump White House also went after the Fourth Amendment prohibitions against warrantless searches and seizures with its intrusive track and trace surveillance systems that obliterated our rights to privacy in this country. The only amendment that did not come under attack during the COVID pandemic was the Second Amendment. And many Americans believe that the reason for that is because we have a Second Amendment. Incidentally, President Trump also assaulted the First Amendment, or failed to defend press freedom when he continued President Obama's persecution and prosecution of Julian Assange. Assange should be Assange should be celebrated as a hero for doing exactly what journalists are supposed to do, which is to expose government corruption. We shouldn't be putting him in prison. We should have a monument to him here in Washington, D.C. The same is true for Edward Snowden. Who exposed illegal spying by the NSA. And Congress went ahead and passed legislation because of the findings of Edward Snowden. If he hadn't told us, we wouldn't know about it. He's a hero, not a criminal. So I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to do what President Trump should have done. On my first day in office, I'm going to pardon Edward Snowden, and I'm going to drop charges, all charges against Julian Assange. I'm curious to know how President Trump is going to defend his attacks on the Constitution when I meet him on the debating stage. I invited him to debate in front of you, in front of the members of this party, but he declined. At some point, I hope that he has the courage to stand up there so that we can all talk about these issues and to make sure that these assaults on our Constitution never, ever happen again. We need to have a civics lesson for the American people to make sure this is never repeated. Now, when President Trump left office, the assault on the Constitution intensified. President Biden violated a freedom so fundamental that James Madison didn't even think to put it in the Bill of Rights. He never imagined that the government could mandate medical procedures to unwilling Americans in violation of bodily autonomy. But that's what happened during the pandemic. A program of coercion and information chaos and information control that prevented the public from making fully informed choices. But that wasn't the worst of it. He put the power of his office behind the assault of the one freedom upon which all other freedoms rely, the freedom of the press. We now know from the Twitter files, from the discovery in the Murthy versus Biden case, and from my own case, which is now in front of the Supreme Court, Kennedy versus Biden, at 37 hours after he took the oath of office, President Biden was colluding with the FBI to coerce the social media sites, Google, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, to open portals to allow the federal agencies to censor political speech of Americans. The FBI opened this portal to the CIA, to CISA, to NIH, to the IRS, to the CDC, to the DHS, and about a half dozen other agencies in a obscene orgy of federal censorship that was unprecedented in the American experience. It started with what they called medical misinformation. And it wasn't even misinformation. There's a dialogue between Facebook and the White House at that time, in which Facebook is saying a lot of this information, including from me, the stuff that they were suppressing, is actually factually accurate. And the White House, they coined a new name, a new word called malinformation, which is information that is factually accurate, but is nevertheless inconvenient to government authorities. And pretty soon, an entire censorship industrial complex had grown up, which was $1 billion spent that involved the government agencies, the universities, NGOs, and tech companies. And the stuff that they censored, they started with so-called medical misinformation. They then widened that to all kinds of political issues, including censorship about criticism of the war in Ukraine and other government programs. Going back to at least the FISA Act under President George W. Bush, Democratic and Republican administrations have taken turns assaulting our constitutional rights and freedoms. You know that. That's why you joined the Libertarian Party. Well, I stand with you in valuing personal liberty. And I promise you that when I'm president, I'm going to protect your right to speak freely. I'm going to protect your right to assemble peacefully. I will protect your freedom to worship. I will protect your right to keep and bear arms. I will protect your right to a trial before jury. I will protect your privacy against unreasonable searches and seizures. I will protect your private property and your right to operate a business. And that's not all. Two of the most overlooked amendments in the Bill of Rights are the 9th and 10th. And those amendments essentially say that just because we've listed all of those rights by name, it doesn't mean that those are all the rights that you have. That any power, they say everything else is a right, any power that is not explicitly given to the federal government remains with the individual or the states. And I will always protect those rights. As I mentioned before, the Constitution is more than a legal document. It's meant to inspire us. It's a recitation of the most fundamental moral truths that govern human conduct. It reminds us of the central proposition that only under a system which maximizes the personal freedoms that God intended for us when he gave us free will, can we achieve our potential for creativity, for prosperity, for the ultimate elevation of the human spirit. The Constitution embodies the very soul of our nation as first invoked in the Declaration of Independence. Let me read you now its most famous passage, which comes in the second paragraph. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I get goosebumps when I read those words. Those words change the world forever. The Bill of Rights endowed them with a legal existence and a legal reality, but we need to take them further. Some people argue that it's fine for social media platforms to censor speech. After all, they're private companies and they can do as they please. Well, that argument falls apart when the government is bribing, threatening, and cajoling them to censor speech and to deplatform dissidents. It also falls apart if they have monopolistic control over the public space. But aside from that, yeah, they do have a legal right to censor. It is legally acceptable. But is it morally acceptable? Is it socially acceptable? It shouldn't be. In an authoritarian country like China or Japan, or sorry, Iran, censorship is socially acceptable. People take it for granted. It's in the air they breathe. In this country, to the extent that we still cherish the spirit of our founders, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, we do not take it for granted. Instead, we greet censorship with outrage. We greet it with indignation. We greet it with contempt. We fiercely reject it. If the day comes when we do not, our descent into tyranny is inevitable. Oh. What disturbed me most during the pandemic was not what the government was trying to do and what it succeeded in doing. It was really how the public complied. But now, except for the people in this room, I got to tell you something. That when I was researching my book on Dr. Fauci, I did a chapter on these old CIA programs at MK Ultra. MK Ultra, MK Naomi, MK Dietrich. These were the MK stands for mind control, and they were a series of experiments that the CIA did. It had other programs too, Operation Bluebird, Operation Artichoke, and were all designed to manipulate human behavior, individual behavior through the use of hypnosis, through psychiatric drugs, through sensory deprivation, through noise torture, through information confusion, and the experiments on how to manipulate entire societies in order to impose control from above. They were doing all these weird experiments and creating Manchurian candidates, and it all came out in 1973, between 73 and 77, with the Church Committee and the House Select Committee on Assassinations. One of the famous experiments that I, in my book, was able to connect to MK Ultra was the Milgram experiment. The Milgram experiment was, as many of you know, was an experiment that was part of this program. It was conducted by a young associate professor at Yale University who recruited about 70 people from every walk of life, blacks, whites, teachers, students, business people, laborers. And he would put the subjects on a chair in one room, and they had a dial on the table in front of it. And they were told that that dial was applying a shock, an electric shock, to a subject who sat in the other room, who was actually a Confederate of Dr. Milgram. He was an actor, but he pretended to be tied to a chair. And when the electricity went up, he would scream, he would see what level it was and scream appropriately and struggle and plead and beg and cry. And many of the subjects, when they were told to do it, Dr. Milgram would stand behind him with his white lab uniform on and all of the iconography of authority, of medical authority. He'd stand behind them and he'd say, turn it up, turn it down, turn it higher, turn it down, turn it higher. Many of the subjects were weeping. They were pleading with him, don't make me turn it up more. And when he told them to turn it up, they did so anyway. And 67% of the people, the subjects who he recruited, turned it up to 250 volts where it was marked potentially fatal. So and what Milgram concluded is that most people, 67% of the people, will allow people in authority to overwhelm and subvert their most closely held values. They all knew it was wrong, but they did it because they were told to do it. The good news is that 33% of those people stood up and walked out of the room. And they were, and I think that those were the libertarians. Those are the people in this room. Most Americans accepted the orthodoxy, and we watch this happening with dismay. We watch families separated and fighting with each other. I know you all knew people whose relationships changed because of your skepticism and their feeling of safety when they were subsumed in that orthodoxy. And now things are changing. Tens of millions of Americans are waking up to the fact that they were lied to the fact that they were manipulated, that they were gaslit. Except for a narrow elite that's still promoting it, mainly in the media, Americans have lost all trust in our public institutions. You know, today, about 2 months ago, the CDC made an official recommendation for the 9th COVID booster. 90% of Americans are saying we're not going to do it. Do you want a government that is telling you you can't go to work unless you submit to that? But that's what they did to us 2 years ago. And now most Americans are losing their faith in those institutions, and with good reason. And I'm going to restore faith in those institutions. I'm not going to do it by telling people you ought to be censored, you ought to believe in it. I'm going to do it by making them tell the truth and giving us good science and changing the corrupt cultures that have put them under the control of corporations. The President of the United States is more than just a legal authority. Occupying the bully pulpit, he sets an example for the nation, for good or for ill. So I want to tell you the kind of example that I'm going to set for America. Yes, I'm going to uphold the Constitution and protect every freedom in the Bill of Rights. I'll also strive to represent the principle that animates those freedoms. And I believe this is the same principle that lies at the heart of the libertarian philosophy. It is the principle of respect. It is the respect for each individual as a full and sovereign being. Think about it. Censorship, for example, is just another form of disrespect. It says, I'm going to decide which kind of information you should and shouldn't hear. I'm going to protect you from dangerous thoughts. I'm going to protect you from subversive information. It's patronizing, right? All of our cherished rights embody respect for the individual. That's why we uphold equality under the law. No one is to be locked up arbitrarily. No one is to be deprived. Happy to talk afterwards. No one is to be deprived of their property. No one's to be subjected to humiliating searches without reasonable suspicion of having committed a crime. No one's to be prevented from worshiping God in the manner that they believe. Why is that? Because I respect your right to explore and define your own relationship with God. And no one is coerced into submitting to unwanted medical procedures. No one is required to participate against their will in scientific experiments. And each person is trusted with the responsibility to bear arms. By default, unless he violates that trust. This is the spiritual principle, prior even to the Constitution. All men are created equal. It originally applied just to property owners, then to just white men, then to all men, and then to women. Today, we understand that right to include every human being. My promise to you is that as president, I will uphold the principle of respect for each human being as an equal before God and an equal before the law. That's why my campaign never paints our opponents as monsters. That's why I never weaponize I will never weaponize the justice system, the federal agencies like the IRS, the FBI, or the CIA, or the Secret Service against my political adversaries. Everyone is equal. The law, period. No special favors for the big banks, the corporations. No more regulations tilted to destroy small businesses. No more extravagant subsidies to mature industries. No more corporate welfare. No more surveillance of private citizens. No more propaganda. No more secrecy, and no more lies. My first day of office after pardoning Snowden and Assange, I'm going to issue an executive order forbidding the National Security Agency or any of the intelligence agencies from propagandizing the American people. I'm going to issue an executive order against any federal employee from collaborating with media or social media to censor Americans. And I'm going to issue an executive order that any federal official who lies to the American people in conjunction with his official duties will immediately be fired. Let me add that respect for the sanctity of the sovereign individual knows no national boundaries. Murder is not okay anywhere in any form. That is why I will end the forever wars. I will end the regime change wars, the wars that have bankrupted our nation and ruined our reputation abroad. Finally, I want to say one thing about authority. I don't know what libertarian philosophy says about it, but I believe in a healthy respect for authority. However, authority must be earned, not forced. We must not confuse respect for fear. This has been the mistake of American foreign policy. I grew up in an era when people around the world were hungry for American leadership. They understood the difference between leadership and bullying. And that's a lesson that our leadership, both Republicans and Democrats, have now forgotten. Other nations may fear us today, but they no longer respect us. And why is that? Because we've waged a series of unjust wars, because we violated our own principles of freedom and democracy. We have forfeited our moral authority because we have supported dictators and corrupt regimes and subverted democracy around the globe. And just as we have lost respect globally, we've also lost it at home. We have lost respect for ourselves. American children overwhelmingly say that they are not proud to be Americans. There was a poll that came out in 2013 in which Americans under the age of 35 were asked, are you proud of the United States of America? 85% said yes. The same poll taken 5 months ago, 18% said yes. So somehow in the administrations of the last two presidents, this young generation has completely lost faith in our country, and they've lost hope for their own futures. Now's the time to restore that hope, that admiration, that pride and respect. The only way to do that is to return to the founding spirit of our country, to return to the spirit that animated the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights. If we're faithful to those, we will regain our pride as a nation, we'll regain our prosperity, we'll regain the respect of the world, and we'll regain our self-respect. We gain self-esteem by doing esteemable things, and that means complying with our own Constitution above all. In the summer of 2020, I traveled, this was at the height of the pandemic, I traveled to Berlin to speak to a group of about 1.3 million people from all over Europe in a peaceful demonstration. And an NBC film crew came up to me during that convocation, and they asked me why I wasn't wearing a mask, which nobody was except for the NBC film crew. And they said, wasn't I scared of dying of COVID? And I said to them, there's a lot worse things than dying. And they said to me, like what? And I said, like living like a slave. Like having my children grow up in an America where the Bill of Rights is just a empty piece of paper. In 1776, there was a generation of Americans that were willing to sacrifice their lives, their jobs, their property, their fortunes to give us this Bill of Rights. And upwards of 20,000 of them died to give us this gift. And we managed to keep it for 2 centuries. And then in 8 short years, during the administrations of 2 presidents, we gave it all away without putting up a fight. Thomas Jefferson said that the tree of liberty has to be watered with the blood of every generation. And you know, we don't have to die to preserve our Bill of Rights, but we have to be willing to make sacrifices. And the sacrifices we're being asked to make are very, very trivial compared to what they made in 1776. We're being asked to endure the scolding or the disapprobation of the public, the defamations of the press, the antipathy of our government. But that's not a big deal. We all need to be able to put our self-interest aside if we're going to maintain these rights for future generations. And all of you who come here for the Libertarian Party, you all disagree about many things. Many of you don't agree with me on a lot of stuff. But we all agree on one thing, which is we have to fight with a Bill of Rights. Without the Bill of Rights, we have nothing in this country. And we all need to be united because there are a lot of people out there that don't understand what America is supposed to look like. And the people in this convocation do. Our public officials have forgotten that vision for America. And it's time that we remind them. We can only do that by electing leaders who understand the necessity for personal sacrifices to preserve the Bill of Rights. That's the path to restoring our national greatness. That will be my promise to you as President of the United States. Thank you all very much, and God bless you. Assaulted the First Amendment, or failed to defend press freedom when he continued President Obama's persecution and prosecution of Julian Assange. Assange.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Testing 1, 2, 3 here with Maj Toure, Libertarian National Convention.
Can you move it? Jesus Christ. I really need to put those mics closer.
We can hold them. Let's just hold them.
All right.
You got enough slack?
Yep.
All right.
Do this. Okay. So,
I'm not going to keep you long. I know you got a lot of stuff going on.
Okay, that's cool.
So,
I guess I'm recording this on my.
record it to the stream. Yeah, just record it. You can stream it to your YouTube too as well. We'll pick it up.
Streaming it to my YouTube and recording it there.
Gotcha.
I don't have
No problem.
money account.
Let me know when we're ready to go.
Hold on 1 second.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Whoa, it's loud. I say,
All
what was
right.
that? What, did you just not, did you make a,
I just went testing 1, 2, 3.
yeah, all
I'm
right.
going to see Maj. This is.
Okay. Oh, never mind.
Good.
You guys are fine.
Perfect.
Okay.
I'm looking at 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, that's it. All right, ready? All right, so we're here. Craig Pastor-Jardula. I'm here with Don Debar. I'm sitting down with Maj Toure. Maj, when I did the Jimmy Dore show, I was able to get you on that show. And a lot of people were like, they weren't
Who's
used
that
to
dude?
They were like, who is that dude? And you know how I answered that question? I said, if I have to answer that question, I kicked that a little bit. Maj Toure is like this new modern day libertarian. He's bringing a whole new dimension to the party. And I think there's a lot of people in the party who are excited about the fact that Maj is bringing this whole group of people. And it is this kind of mindset of liberty. You run Black Guns Matter.
Yeah.
Why don't you tell me if I was on point, if I'm describing Maj Toure right, who Maj Toure is?
Yeah, that's 100% correct. I'll add on that there are people that are hesitant and resisting to that new group. A lot of times in movements, people hide their bigotry and their bias behind patriotism.
Yeah.
And they like being the popular kid in the room.
Yeah.
So there's a few of those goofballs around, but by and large, that's 100% correct. We need to make sure that, we saw yesterday, the Bronx, Trump, that thing over there was insane.
Mhm.
These are blue cities that generally they've been told, a lot of Republicans will say, get out of the blue cities, get out of New York. It's a waste of time.
Yeah.
Then you got 10, 20, 30,000 people showing up for the Trump rally in New York, which is a blue city.
Yeah.
And that's like AOC's district or something like that, right? So saying this to say, ignoring the urban demographic is stupid. The people that get really rich in urban demographics, whether that's restaurants, whether that's bars, whether that's, whatever, there's money there.
Mhm.
And there's political money there as well. So to be hesitant to that change is kind of like you're not thinking about the bigger picture.
Okay.
And so, but generally, by and large, a lot of people, the smarter and wiser people in the movement actually see it.
Okay.
They see it and they're like, yo, we can't reach that demographic, but we got a guy that can reach that demographic.
Yeah.
And that's introducing us to liberty principles.
Okay, so let's stay on that too as well. It's not that I want to talk a lot of shop because those same people that are pissed off at you are pissed off at me, right? Because I come from the left. I consider myself a leftist libertarian.
Mhm.
I do have social views,
Yeah.
socialist views. My friends are Marxists. We're
Yeah.
all about labor movements. We're not part of that cultural Marxism,
Yeah.
which wasn't even invented by Marx and stuff. But when you use terms like bigotry or
Yeah.
whatnot, I think it's kind of triggers a lot of these old school
Yeah.
libertarians here. Do you think it's more about them losing their grip of power and getting jealous about somebody coming in? Or do you think it's just something new for them having to deal with this whole new culture of people coming in? I mean, Black Guns Matter to them might be like, oh, wait a second. Why should they use like the Black Lives Matter? Why should they use Black Guns Matter?
Yeah.
Shouldn't it's all guns for everybody, for every United States citizen?
But that's the funny thing. The statements are never exclusionary. The statements are just, hey, we kind of forgot about this group of people. Can we highlight this? So when you talk about Black Guns Matter, we were saying, hey, this area was targeted with gun control primarily and dominantly.
Yeah.
This was started to stop so-called people of color from having the means to defend themselves. That's what happened. So if this is the area where we're light, we need to highlight energy about the information in this community to bring them on board.
Yeah.
The people that are upset about that, it's not that they don't have power. That's number one.
Yeah.
Because they can't stop you or someone like myself or yourself from doing whatever we want to do. So that's not a sign of very much power. They can get on social media and say stuff, and that's great. My 8-year-old can do that. That's not a big deal, right? But to say things on the internet, stand on that principle, move forward with it, and continue to do the work that's necessary. Now we're talking about holistic approaches. I think that people dismiss terms, ideas, and concepts before they have a chance to actually flush them out and think about them. That's the power of media. Media has told you a word. They've told on the left or the right. They've said that this word is bad. It's not in alignment with your thing, but you haven't thought about it. So if we have somebody like Mark Cuban tweeting out or posting out saying, I'm about to write a check for $240 million for taxes, and I'm proud to pay for that. Well, Mark, get a better accountant, number one. Number two, this conversation about being proud to pay, you're not actually being proud to pay because it's not a voluntary choice. If you do not pay this, and if it doesn't fall within these parameters, they send people with guns to arrest you and potentially shoot you. So when you explain that concept to someone in a robust manner, they are more in alignment with, hey, Mark, the government is forcing you to give them $250 million by force or threat. That's what's happening. So people don't flesh these concepts out. Or when I say bigotry, because everybody's afraid of the racist word.
You said people of color. Like,
right.
I'm saying he's a black man. I'm not even using that because I come from the Democratic Convention. I'm like, what the person of color? Like, that's a black man. That's a brown man. I'm a white man. I mean,
that's it.
Yeah.
And so when those people are introduced to those terms without fleshing them out, they start to get triggered because that's their programming. If I said to you, you get to be a socialist, you get to be a communist, you get to be on a commune, in a community. Yeah. You struggle around the word communism because I understand that there should be I don't want anybody I don't want the state to own the means of production, right? And free market enterprise. But when I then say, hey, if you want to practice that and you guys own 10 acres and y'all do that in that space, that's still American. Yeah. They are at liberty to do that. Flesh these conversations out, and a lot of times, very rarely, it happens, but more rarely do you see a conversation where it's, we want to impose our thing onto you. More so than that, it's, we just want to do this thing over here. Yeah. That's a libertarian. When I want to go hang out with some of my communist friends and I go, hey, what do you mean? What does that mean? You guys got a commune? Y'all work together and grow food? Oh, that's great. Cool. I'm going to come over there and learn some. And that's your thing. And I don't necessarily subscribe to it fully, but I can understand that part, and that part, and I'm not creating division. That is libertarianism.
You got a lot of work to do because we have the same type of language, right? Because the same people who are mad at you were mad at me would say, oh, socialists want to kill us. I'm like, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. There's just certain things that we have. Like, I believe that Medicare for all should be something. I don't want the government to control it. I like to see a stipend. I believe that central planning can work. We can play nicely in the sandbox if possible.
Yeah.
You talked about this being the third party out here. However, right now, Cornel West, Jill Stein from the Green Party are polling higher than any libertarian candidate. Do you see this? I know you have a lot of work to do today. There's going to be a lot of people here who's like, Maj is a rock star. There's going to be a lot of people who are going to be threatened the territory, like, oh, he's coming into our territory, taking our thunder.
Well, I did take their territory. It's not theirs.
Yeah.
It's mine now. It's mine.
Okay.
That's it. That's it. And I want to be a good steward over the territory. It's no different than land.
Yeah.
I didn't create it. I either bought it, I tilled the soil, and I grew some stuff on it, and now I defend it. If you have a stronger army, then you possibly could take it, right? If you were not doing the thing that was necessary to get more people in, huge shouts to, in my opinion, Angela McArdle has done a great job with, as people have been leaving, because they want to take their ball and leave the sandbox, right?
Yeah.
And that's cool. You're welcome to do that, but thank you. If you don't want to work together to try to expand this while we struggle around discussions, right? Because we got to sculpt beautiful works of art. We got to struggle around that. If you want to leave and take it, cool. And that's where some of the polling comes. Some of those people that you name that are polling a little bit higher, they already had 20 years of brand recognition. The Jill Steins, the Cornel West. Come on. Cornel West, I love Cornel West, right? And when I say that, I'm saying that as an intellectual, right? I don't think he's going to get up here arguing and yelling at people. He's going to say, these are the facts. When he sat down with Candace Owens, he was like, my sister, my brother. There's room. The Constitution, when the Articles of Confederation and those arguments and the ratification happened, it wasn't just like, hey, guys, it's nice and whatever. We had to write 85
There's a lot
fucking
of work over
essays
there to
out.
happen,
Right.
that shit. Yeah, I get it.
You see what I'm saying? So it's like, yo, you scrap Rumble. Come on, man. The Marines was created in Philly in a tavern, a bar. So this work that needs to be done is great. I just, like I said in Reno years ago, I just want everybody to come do the work. We all know that the so-called lowest of the libertarians, right, probably has a better understanding of liberty, freedom, the Constitution, individual rights, and actual conservatism than most of some of the more well-read, mid to well-read, conservatives.
Absolutely.
With that being the case, just come and do some work, man. Like the arguing or the feeling like I'm gonna be at the Mises booth the whole time.
Yeah.
The whole time. Anyone that has an issue, we can talk about it. We can figure out where the miscommunication is. You're not gonna do shit to me. Like, I'm not gonna do anything to you. Let's get past the silly shit, because as we're introducing rivalries, Trump is like, we need to go talk to them.
Yeah. He's coming to you guys, right? He's courting you guys.
Vivek is like, hey, we need to go here. RFK Jr. is going. Sometimes people aren't aware of the power that they have because they're they can't see the forest for the trees. Yeah. So it is my territory now. That's just it.
Let's stay here.
And it's a territory that it's actually our territory. I just got a little bit of the market share. That's
I got you. And listen, I'm all about my question today. This overall question is there a place, is there a home for me for a leftist libertarian in the Libertarian Party?
Hell
That's
yeah.
going to be, well, you say hell yeah, because you're there. You're opening up this tent. And like I said, people were excited about Maj. He's bringing people in.
Yeah.
But here's my question to you. I talked about the Libertarian person. We don't have a candidate that's exciting the populace yet. We'll try to get him out there. We'll see what's going to happen, right?
Yeah.
Well, I shouldn't say we because I'm not one of us just yet because I'm not a registered libertarian. I don't know if I will be. But how do you get a centralized message? Like at the Rage Against the War Machine, where it was lucky with all these anti-imperialist leftists joining these libertarians. Angela was there. She was like, let's open up the tent. I found an avenue to get some leftists in. I heard that 60% of the new members here were Republicans and 40% were the Democrats. I think that's crazy. For me, I think it would be like 85 Republican, 15 Democrat, but there's so many Democrats that are coming in. How do you push a centralized message to grow this third party? Because this is the third party in a decentralized party. When you have that situation where you got people from the New Hampshire party getting all pissed off. How do you grow that message? Because Angela can't sack anybody, right?
You just need more you need more force multipliers. More people that are willing to say, yo, that's what you believe. That's cool. Where are the areas that we're going to do some work together on? There's people that like the New Hampshire people. Yo, bro, you guys at a certain point, there was a thing called salutary neglect during the colonies when King George was still running things. Salutary neglect was, in essence, you guys got your own energy, meaning King George, y'all got your own energy. Y'all going to run your thing the way that you run it. Make sure you get them taxes to me. That salutary neglect is just an understanding that they have their own culture. Each demographic has its own liberty culture. And some of the people that I think are goofballs that run some of the New Hampshire pages don't speak for the vast majority of libertarians in New Hampshire. They don't. And New Hampshire's getting stuff done. And there's still room for those guys that I think are goofballs. I still will have a drink with them.
Yeah.
I think you're a goofball, but do you want a beer?
No, well, I mean, one of them is a close friend of mine. The other one, I'm looking for. I'm ready to have a conversation. Like, let's go. I mean, because the thing is that when people see the New Hampshire Libertarian Party on Twitter, they think it's a Libertarian Party as a whole, and they're like, "See, these guys are anti-socialist. They're racist." That's what they say. That's what a lot of people say. I get calls all the time. Pastor, your Libertarian friends are at it again.
That's an opportunity for us to expose to them. That's like when people that I move in conservative circles too. When Trump is edited weird, right? There were fine people on both sides. And I get that phone call years ago about the Charlotte thing, right?
Yeah.
And then I go, here's the rest of that media. When he says, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis, they should be.
Okay, welcome. We're here at the Libertarian National Convention in Washington, D.C. We're going to finally do some talking over here. Testing 1, 2, 3. How do you hear me? If you're
no different than when he was
better
in
right
Puerto
here if I hold
Rico,
right here.
and they clipped when him
Closer.
And there's more to that video.
So this is good. I'm
these
telling him
in
to put the
Japanese,
microphone
the
up to his.
symbol word or term for crisis and opportunity.
All
is
right,
the
so
same
listen,
word.
we're here at the
These
Libertarian National
crises
Convention
where
here
people
in
are going,
Washington,
oh,
D.C.
here's these New Hampshire
So
guys.
far, it's been awesome. Our
I
first
just
interview
go,
was Maj
well, look at
Toure.
this,
We got
look
to
at
talk
that,
about
look
the
at that.
party.
And
We got to
that
talk
guy
about
that may have
bringing
used to
people
be in
into this
control in
tent.
New Hampshire,
As
he
I
got kicked
explained
out
to
of
you,
that
Mr.
state
Ludden,
chapter
and I'm here with
for these types of things.
Kendall.
These are
Ludden,
opportunities. And
London,
then we present them.
Ludden
No one's going to
is in
be,
there
no
from South
Democrat's going
Carolina,
to be mad if you
and
hand
he
them
is running
a
for
Ron Paul
vice
book.
president.
So
My
you
first
just use
question
it
to
as an
you is,
opportunity.
how do you
Well,
bring
I
a
mean, there will be
centralized
Democrats that
message to
will
open
get
up
mad,
this tent to get
that
people
if you
into
hand them
the
a
third
Ron Paul
party,
book.
which
I
is
think
the
the
Libertarian
majority of
Party?
voters
That's not a
won't,
discussion.
because they understand
Is the third
and they
party.
started to learn who
How do you
Ron
bring
Paul was.
in a
I mean, especially
centralized
now when they
message with
see
a
clips of Ron Paul going,
decentralized
"Oh,
party?
Israel created Hamas."
It's more important that it's a figurehead, and it shouldn't be. I think it should be a more active role. I'm a CPA and an attorney, so I can work numbers, work law. I did mediation, so I think if you bring the parties together and realize there should be a third, and it's not bipartisan, it's a circle, and everybody just agrees to different things.
Yeah.
But have less responsibility or less. The government really doesn't owe you anything.
Yeah. So that is a good thing. You seem like you're willing to open up the doors, listen to people, whatnot. But what we saw today on the floor, and it seems like to be a little bit of a, you guys, it seems to be a little bit of a craziness when it comes to downstairs. We saw that they were trying to kind of stall this whole situation. There was a lot of people who are upset that Kennedy is here, upset that Trump is coming tomorrow. How do you do that when you have such a situation within your own party where people are at kind of, I mean, the Mises Caucus, right? Now they're the new people on the block. They're in charge. The old guard seems to be pissed off about that. So how do we make that happen in a situation like this?
Yeah, I mean, the one presidential candidate I appreciate, I've seen most of, is Chase Oliver, who's not looking to criticize other people, but looking to bring people together. It's all about together. It's all about liberty and getting together. We don't need the government. We need the community and the societies to do things. More privatization, more charitable. Make the taxes voluntary to a certain extent, or find other methods of taxes.
Gotcha. So how then, if I'm a leftist libertarian like myself, I'm a Democrat, how do you sell me on coming to join the party?
I believe in some of the social issues. As far as abortion, I think as a male, I have absolutely no say in the matter. I'm okay. I don't really believe in like the universal income unless, first of all, you can explain to me where it's coming from. But I believe the government owes you three things, and three things only. And that's life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Mhm.
So don't tax me on my property, don't tax me on my income, and don't inflate my money away.
So the economics is where a lot of Democrats have a problem, right? Like it's for instance, I love the fact that the Libertarian Party is all about liberty. It's all about freedom of speech, freedom of press. You guys are non-interventionists. I would think that a lot of libertarians who just heard RFK speak, and I only spoke to about 5 or 6 coming out of the room, and I asked, how'd you like the speech? They said, great, but they wouldn't support him because of his stance on Israel-Palestine. And you have a lot of libertarians saying that. So how do you sell, like, a Democrat, right, to say, hey, come join this party? And from what I heard, too, as well, that like 40% of the people from Republican and Democratic parties are coming from the Democrats. 60% are coming from the Republicans. What do you say to that?
Well, I mean, as far as war goes, I'm basically totally anti-war. I think this country should have been in 4 wars, or 3.5 maybe, which is the American Revolution, the World War I, World War II, and possibly the Civil War.
Yeah.
I don't think we should have been, or should be, in other countries' business and democracy, and Vietnam, Korea, weapons of mass destruction. It's all about oil, but keep it in America. If the United States is happy, then what does everything else matter? Why do we spend so much on defense that we're like the policemen of the world? And I don't think that's the position that the United States should have.
What about the Joe Biden and Kennedy and Donald Trump's stance on Israel and Palestine? What are your thoughts of that as a libertarian? Where would you stand on this whole situation as far as to end this conflict, or maybe you support a side in this conflict?
Again, I really actually don't support either side in the conflict. I think the important thing is, if you sat down with people and you said to them, do you want your money going to Israel, or do you want your money going to Ukraine, or do you want your money, staying in the United States, or how about just staying in your pocket? So, I don't agree with financially supporting them when we can barely support ourselves, or we're just blowing up, the money supply, and there's going to be a huge generational problem with the baby boomers and now the millennials and Generation Z, that these people are all pretty much, a lot of them are 65% socialist.
Yeah. What about the fact that a lot of leftist Democrats want Medicare for all? And that's definitely not in the Libertarian Party platform. I mean, in fact, I think that some of the disagreements we have right now is I believe that central planning can work. I'm not a socialist, but I do believe that central planning, playing nice in the sandbox, could work. What do you tell a Democrat that says, hey, I'm Medicare for all, and that's not in the Libertarian Party?
It's all about where the money's coming from. I mean, again, you can figure it out. It could be on society as opposed to the government. They can take care of the needs, and the doctors and the hospitals, and just take care of everybody. Definitely don't believe in one system, and then it becomes the other side is the insurance. Being for profit. Maybe possibly turn them into more like a utility where you're able to maximize or minimize the profit so that things can be done. I mean, these doctors go to school for 15 years with residencies, and when you do that, you got to get paid, unfortunately or unfortunately. So,
okay, what about also the fact that, like, let's say, for instance, that, compromise. As a libertarian, sometimes a lot of libertarians are married to their ideology, right? They're all about liberty. They are capitalists. They believe in the free market, whatnot. Are you, as a vice presidential candidate, are you willing to compromise and meet a different person halfway? For instance, if a libertarian got into office somewhere in South Carolina, but it's mostly held by Republicans and Democrats, are you willing to compromise and go against your ideology somewhat, or bend a little bit to get things done?
Yeah, absolutely. My ideology is this bipartisan duopoly doesn't work. I mean, it's people who are red, they shouldn't all believe what's red. People who are blue shouldn't believe everything that's blue. There's a mix in the middle, which is essentially purple, and it's all about compromise. And as I said, that's why I'd like to take the vice president seat as president of the Senate, a step further.
Yeah.
I think also as vice president, you can go through the 14,000 executive orders with AI.
Yeah.
Find some that are unconstitutional, and we maybe don't have weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah.
And we probably don't have Richard Nixon on the TV anymore on August 15th, 1971. And let's go on a gold standard and play with real money.
Oh, so I know you want to end the Fed, right? But what is another pressing issue? You become vice president and you get into that Senate. What's the first issue you want to put forth that you think that we can change, that we can accomplish? Not so much that you want because of your ideology, but something that you say, okay, this could happen. We can reach a compromise on this. What is that?
I would say, again, the Fed. Ron Paul's kind of God to me. I read his book, End the Fed, which I'd recommend to anybody and everybody.
Yeah.
In 1983, he wrote a book called The Case for Gold, which is a 120-page textbook that, it was talking, millions and billions instead of billions and trillions and trillions. And, I see sooner or later, the system blows up.
Let's say, for instance, that you do, first of all, let me just ask you, where do you stand on the border and migration?
Ellis Island, open borders. If you're not a terrorist or, have a record or anything like that, this country is founded on immigration. So how can you turn people away?
Wow. So you are for open borders then? Wow.
I'm married for 5 years to a Brazilian woman who snuck in before there was a wall.
Yeah.
And she's not legal in this country yet.
Wow.
Not even close. Not even a green card.
Wow. And she's married to you for that and stuff like that. All right. So what do you think is the cause, though, for so much mass migration to the border right now?
It's political right now at this point. I mean, personally, one of the other huge issues to me is, not just because I'm a yuppie who smokes pot, but I take that one step further with the war on drugs. The best way to end on the war on drugs is to legalize drugs.
Everything. Yeah.
I mean, cocaine, Coke was in your soda 100 years ago.
Yeah.
And what you're having there today isn't very much better if you look at all the people with, diabetes and all that kind of stuff. So, those drugs don't, they're actually not as harmful as alcohol in a way. You drink alcohol, you get behind the car, you have a problem. Yeah. You don't really have necessarily a problem, smoking weed or Coke, essentially behind the car, or at least a lot less than alcohol. So, I mean, that would end the border. If you get rid of the cartels, you legalize it, and you don't need a wall in Mexico. Personally, as they said today, you know, Canada and Mexico, I played Risk when I was a kid, and you know, if keep everybody out and you know, don't bother anybody else, you know.
Gotcha. What do you think about the fact that we have 1,000 bases across the globe? What would you do to curtail that situation with the fact that we're just expanding the empire rather than, you know, bringing it home?
Not that I'd be able to do it, but honestly, zero.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
It's you know, it's situation sooner or later is going to blow up in Taiwan. You know, China's going to go in, and you know, unfortunately, I think we're becoming the USSA currently. You know, with the younger generation, you know, expecting things and being lied to and be told to take all these student loans.
Yeah.
Somebody who has, you know, 4 degrees, and I think the education system's totally broken.
Yeah.
You know, you look at Napoleon Hill, he wouldn't even let his book, Outwitting the Devil, come out until his wife passed away. He said 98% of the people are herders with education and religion.
Yeah. So I understand that you're a non-interventionist, being a libertarian. What do you think? Do you think that Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation were justified in going into Ukraine? Do you have a thought on that? Do you have an opinion?
It's interesting because my second ex-wife is from Kyiv, and we are both attorneys, and we decided to spend a small fortune on legal fees attempting to separate our marriage. And to me, it was the Cold War.
Yeah.
You know, she got a restraining order for 17 months. I couldn't negotiate except through attorneys. Blew 6 figures on legal fees, and I'm a mediator. I'm happy, you know, just do something. My answer to her would be, you know, I put my law school loans that I still owe into the deposit on the house.
Yeah.
So when you sell it, give me half, and then I'll pay you the high support amount I'm paying you because I'm supporting my house.
Okay. All right. So my next question is like BRICS, right? So we have this whole BRICS thing happening. Now, we understand as a libertarian, as non-interventionist, that, you know, we would probably go a different route to try to counteract that. How could you counteract what's going on with BRICS right now? Because not only does it seem like they're opting out of the American dollar, right? But they seem like they hold a lot of the resources, the GDP. They make a lot of the goods and services. That's being, you know, Russia, India, China, you know, South Africa, Brazil. So how would you counteract the BRICS thing? Because it seems like if the fact that this continues to go on, the Saudis continue to sell oil in yuan, our dollar is not going to be worth anything, especially since it's not built on gold.
It's not worth anything today. Interesting story on BRICS is I was talking to my 13-year-old daughter about BRICS, and she instantly actually knew that it was countries. And we were going through the countries, and she got Russia, India, and China fine. And I'm like, well, you're never going to get South Africa. And I said, you know, what about B? And she said, Bolivia. And I said, where's your stepmother from? And her mother was listening on the phone and says, you have a mother, you don't need a stepmother. But that's a off point.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I mean, it's what's going to happen if you don't, you know, there. And as you mentioned, that's all energy.
Yeah.
So unless we become, you know, energy independent.
Yeah.
Which isn't green.
Yeah.
Green is not independent. Green is, you know, you need the fossil fuels.
The fossil fuels
things
and
like
stuff.
You
Yeah.
can't go away from it.
Yeah. So final question. What is the message you want to give out to the people there who just kind of joined in this party to either support you or vote for you? What is your pitch to them? Not so much the libertarians, right? The new people in here, the people that are wandering here today, trying to find a new home. They feel politically homeless, the homeless left, the homeless right, and they're here. What is your message to them to come support you and come support the Libertarian Party as a whole?
There is another way. When I talk about, you know, trying to get a handshake across the bipartisan issues, my plan is, you know, let's do a group hug, because, you know, we've brought it all together. And as vice president, I think that's key. Instead of just being a figurehead and never voting when it's a tie break in the Senate,
yeah,
you get more actively involved and more, you know, pushing and negotiating and,
yeah,
you know, helping people.
Have you thought about moving forward to like say you run for vice president, you either get the nomination or you don't get the nomination, the general election happens, and now this whole movement of being a vice president is over. What do you do on day one after that happens to keep the Libertarian Party moving forward?
As vice president or just in general?
Not vice president's over, the election, the Democrats or the Republicans, and a controlled system won. What do you do?
If my name's on the ballot, I will be absolutely well known in Charleston, South Carolina.
Yeah.
And you'll be talking to the first South Carolina senator in District 20, Charleston, South Carolina, a new district.
Nice.
No incumbent.
Yes.
And no Republican running. So that's actually a winnable election for me.
Okay.
About 100,000 voters. And unfortunately, you'll get maybe 10,000 people out voting. So, you know, a target number for me is, 6,000. And, in a small area, I think that's very doable.
So after this general election, you're going to just go right into that, keep the Libertarian Party going, trying to get more seats in Congress, and
No, my name will be on the ballot.
no matter what.
No longer with us.
All right. Look into that camera. Tell people where they can find you. And thank you so much for interviewing with us today.
My name's Kendall Ludden, and you can find my website at Ludden4liberty.com. And check me out there. I'm going to put some more content, such as hopefully these types of interviews, as opposed to a generic website. My contact information is there, and I'm open. You can reach out to me. You can talk to me. I'm a regular Joe.
We got it, Mr. London. Thank you so much. I hope it's Kendall London. London. Kendall London is here running for vice president, Libertarian Party. He's a great guy. Come see him. Come speak to me. He's from South Carolina. Libertarian Party is doing work. We'll see you in a little bit.
Thank
you so much.
Chair, thank you, guys.
Hey.
Hey, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Sorry. All right. So you said that.
Sorry. Just say.
Pasta to go. I'm an independent journalist and
Okay,
whatnot.
okay.
You know. All right. Nice to meet you, Congressman. So you said that Donald Trump was one of the most anti-war president in your time. However, a lot of people in my group don't like his Latin American policy. A week before he was out the door, he labeled Cuba a state sponsor of terrorism. There's a lot of colleagues on your side of the aisle that are for keeping these sanctions and all this pressure on the Cuban government, despite them having a new leader. What is your position on what we should do when it comes to Latin America? And would you recognize that a lot of the reasons we have so much migration to the border is our foreign policy?
I'm not going to blame our foreign policy on illegal immigration. I mean, part of the biggest reason we have illegal immigration into this country is Joe Biden is inviting them. I mean, they're being promised free benefits, amnesty, all of these other things. So, no, I'm not going to blame.
You don't think 100 bases in Latin America is a reason why stealing their resources is sending so many people to the border?
No, that's not the reason. I mean, I do think we should get the CIA out of Central and South America. I do think we should end all of the sanctions on Cuba. Those are just sane things to do. But blaming our foreign policy or blaming immigration on our foreign policy is almost as in Central America, I think is almost as ridiculous as blaming global warming on the illegal immigration. Our policies in this country, Joe Biden's policies, are causing that illegal immigration right now.
So why was there so much immigration before Joe Biden? There was a lot of immigration when Donald Trump was the president, when Ronald Reagan was the president, and there are 100 bases in Latin America.
Well, we have welfare. I mean, you got welfare benefits. I don't blame people for wanting to come to this country. We've got better schools. We've got better jobs.
Gotcha. Well, thank you. That was
All
my
right.
question. That
Okay.
was my question. Do you believe that Cuba should be labeled a state sponsor of terror, or would you think that we should pull that designation off them?
I would not label any country a state sponsor of terrorism because right now we've got a global war on terrorism. It's basically the ability to go to war with any country that gets that label or to put sanctions on those countries. The other foolish thing is once you start sanctioning countries, they quit using the dollar. And that's the last hat trick we have to deal with our debt is to inflate the dollar and take the reserves out of those sovereign banks without even making a withdrawal, by deflating the dollar. So the sanctions don't make sense. Defining them as state sponsors of terrorism, that only gives the executive branch more power because there's a whole host of things then that a president can do without Congress once they get that designation. So no, I wouldn't make that designation.
There's a lot of people here who want you to be the Speaker of the House. Do you want the job? I mean, because I think as a leftist, a lot of people say that this guy's the most common sense. He's the most practical out there. Do you want to be the Speaker of the House if you have the opportunity to do so?
I don't want to be the Speaker of the House. If we can't find somebody else that'll do it, I would do it.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm Meryl Cornfield from the Washington Post.
My name is Claire Daly. I'm an MEP currently for the Dublin constituency. I think these elections take place against the backdrop of a very dangerous time where the European Union is barrelling towards ever increasing militarisation at a time when we need much more global cooperation and attention. They're actually taking money from environmental budgets and putting it in defence. And I stand on my record in the last Parliament on an assessment of all of the MEPs across the political groups by 30 NGOs and organisations on environmental issues. Myself and Mick Wallace scored highest on all of those. And on my parliamentary record, I have been the rapporteur or shadow for my political group on more legislative files than all of the other Dublin MEPs put together. My speaking record is greater than all of the other Dublin MEPs put together. So I believe that I have been a voice challenging the geopolitical turbocharged nature of the European Commission under Ursula von der Leyen. I think that is making Europe poorer and less safe, and I think we need a change in direction in that. It's unfortunate that these elections are dominated by talks of migration, because actually the numbers coming into Ireland are pretty similar to what they were a year ago, and I think it's been orchestrated to take attention away from the government's record on issues like housing, the cost of living crisis and so on, and the reinstatement of the state aid rules, which now means that Europe has agreed to gag and bind its own hands in terms of the amount of public expenditure that it could engage in, which is vitally necessary if we are to develop public services, public housing, public goods. So I stand on my record as the biggest thorn in the side of the European establishment, and I think whether people agree or disagree, I think the right to be different and have an alternative voice is incredibly important, because there's no point in everybody being elected and being the same. So thank you very much. Is that 3 minutes?
Another guest that I have, we have Mr. Don Debar, activist and commentator, joining me. And now, good to have you with us. Don is joining me from Austin, again, New York. Don, I wonder if you saw the part of the pictures that we just aired, people carrying the coffins of President Raisi and his accompanying entourage there. What kind of emotions do you feel? I mean, when you see these outpour of emotions by the Iranian people, this city, that city, elsewhere, even in other parts of the world, we have a number of countries also sympathizing with Iranians, and they have also announced some public and national mourning.
First, my sympathies are with the Iranian people over the loss, and also the people of the region and the world over that loss. Both President Raisi and Foreign Minister Amir Abdollahian have done some remarkable things in that region in the 3 years that they came in 2021, so 3 years that they were in office. The rapprochement with Saudi Arabia, for example, something no one would have predicted. The cementing of the relationship with the SCO, integrating Iran's economy, in essence, into the Belt and Road Initiative, and also integration with the the Eurasian Economic Union, BRICS. These are remarkable things for a country that was supposed to be isolated as punishment for seeking sovereignty and independence by the empire. This is a terrible loss for Iran in particular, but Iran has shown itself, and the Iranian people have shown themselves to be very resilient. I'm always amazed at the reservoir of talent that exists in Iran. When I was worried when President Ahmadinejad left office. And, where are you going to find another leader like this in a country the size of Iran? And yet, one after another, you have this huge well of talent. And so I really feel bad for everyone there over their loss, and particularly the families and the colleagues of the folks that were killed, in addition to the president and foreign minister. But I'm not going to despair of it for Iran, because I think Iran is going to grow and thrive, no matter who's at the helm, as long as they represent the interests of the people.
Right. Don, have you ever been to Iran?
Not yet.
Okay. So, but guests that have had the chance to visit Iran, when we talk to them, this is they depict a picture that is totally different from what corporate media in the West especially depict for them. They're just in for a shock the moment they step into this country. The reason why I asked you this question was that I'm sure you know some Iranians. You've not been to Iran, but you said that you know some Iranians and you've heard from them. And President Raisi, what I was just wanted to talk, refer to that, but the strong personality that he had, as if there was no room, no space for any attributes like despair, like there is no way, that was just totally relying on himself, on his God, his faith, Islam, and he saw no obstacles, no hindrances in the way. He said, okay, that's the target we have set, and I'm going to reach it, I'm going to attain it. And he just moved forward strongly, with strong resolution, and he also encourage others to follow him. How many of world leaders do you know, even in countries like, let's cite the country where you are. Let's try a comparison between the two presidents and their personal attitudes.
Well, you want to compare, for example, with Joe Biden? I don't think that. I haven't been to Iran yet. I've been invited, and my schedule didn't allow it. I went to the Soviet Union when it was still in existence, and to Russia several times. I've been to China, I've been to Cuba, I was to Libya before it was destroyed by Obama. And these are all places that were painted as the great Satan enemy, horrible places. police states, etc. And I always found after the first try, when I first went to the Soviet Union in 1990 and found out it was nothing like I had been told, I expected that for every place else that I go. And I expected that with Iran also. I know from friends that have visited there and also friends that live there that it's a wonderful place. And I am looking forward to finally getting myself there.
Hopefully. Good. Now, John, let's talk about security. That's one main concern and preoccupation of the late President Ibrahim Raisi, and he did whatever he could in his power, and also Foreign Minister, late Dr. Amin Abdullahian. And they believed strongly that the West Asia region, they do not need any outside help, no extra regional power, and they believe that what the U.S. administration has done has only brought insecurity and, for the vested interests that they have been trying to pursue. I want to ask your opinion on that.
Well, we know that they use chaos as a strategy. If you can have people in a region fighting with each other over things that are relatively petty compared to being dominated by an outside power, then you are paving the way for the domination by an outside power. And so they do encourage division along every line, religious, even within religions, different trends within religions, language, nationality, color, sexual orientation, whatever they can find that distinguishes one human being from another, they will excite the tension in that area so that the people are fighting with each other while they pick both pockets. Iran has shown remarkable maturity, although it's not remarkable. Iran is an ancient civilization. It's Persia. And they had diplomacy while Europeans were still living in caves. But on the modern stage, Iran is a very mature and very deliberate player, very restrained. Watching just the last interchange with the Israeli attack on the embassy in Syria, Iran's measured and considered and deliberate and effective response. You don't see anything. If they could hire everyone in the Iranian government to go to work in Langley or the White House, they would do it because they have no one with that skill set.
Right. Okay, Don, if you allow me, I'll offer 1 minute of information. I'll get back to you with a question.
Sure.
So hundreds of thousands of people in Iran, have mourned the late President Raisi in the city of Tabriz. It happened in the morning, the Iran time, like 7-8 hours ago. And then the coffins of the late president and 7 members of his entourage, they arrived at Tehran's Mehrabad airport. And we had the officials paying the last respects to their president. Then the funeral was held and is being held in the city of Qom. These are the live images on the air now as we speak. And the leader of Iran's Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Khamenei, is going to lead the special prayers early tomorrow morning. And the different officials will be in attendance, of course, from Iran and from also other countries around the world at the level of foreign ministers, prime ministers, presidents that will be in attendance. And we had tons of condolence messages from world leaders and from around the world, from neighboring countries, Muslim states especially, even from the EU and the US. So, Don Debar, there are many aspects to Iran's foreign policy, and good neighborly relations was at the forefront and top of the agenda of the Raisi administration. And you mentioned the number of Iran joining a number of organizations like the Shanghai, for example, the BRICS that you mentioned. These all happened during the past 3 years that President Raisi was at the helm of presidency as head of state. which is a great accomplishment, the rapprochement with Saudi Arabia, and all that. So, alongside this, we had the issue of Palestine. Iran has its own economic issues on the home turf. But Iran has not been negligent despite all the sanctions, all the pressure from outside, from the West, and has paid special attention to the cause of Palestine. And President Raisi was outspoken and regarding Palestine and unflinching support that Iran has lent to Palestine.
Yeah. You know, some of those Gulf states that hold themselves out to be Islamic states could learn from Iran what solidarity means by their treatment towards respectively their treatment towards the situation in Palestine, particularly in Gaza. Iran has been the target because Iran is a major means of support for the Palestinian people from outside. And there are other countries in the region that have the wherewithal to put an end to all of this that elect not to. But the governments of those nations hold themselves out to their people as beings, solidly within the fold of Islam. And that, I think that vector between their behavior and the expectations of their people, and between their behavior and the example of the Islamic Republic's work in this area, is going to create basically a sweeping change for that region at some point. I think being catalyzed by the situation that's been going on in Gaza.
Okay, so Don, if you please stand by, let me have another guest here. I also have Masoud Shajir, chairman of the Islamic Human Rights Commission, who's joining me from London. Good to have you with us, Masoud. Go ahead with your initial comments, Masoud.
Well, it's very sad to see that a servant of Iranian nation, and indeed someone who have brought sort of a stability in the region and been a very important instrument of bringing cohesion within the region of West Asia is being lost in such a way. And especially when you sort of double that up with the foreign minister, who was instrumental in reviewing and renewing the relationship of Iran with its neighbor and elsewhere. And I think it's very important to sort of say that, the Western sort of media have been targeting Mr. Raisi and his cabinet as sort of extremism or a group of people who are sort of extremely radical and so forth, even within the Iranian context. But despite those false labeling, the reality is that they have improved their relationship, not just with the neighboring nations, but right across the world. And indeed, in the same time, holding on to the basic values of what Islamic Republic of Iran has been all about, and the values that was instrumental in creating and establishing the Islamic sort of Islamic State within Iran, and the revolution and all its values have been sort of hold on to, be it Palestine, be it standing with the oppressed people around the world, be it the insistence in continuing and strengthening the independence of Iran from outside powers. And I think to combine this at the same time creating a better relationship that we see, in the last 24 hours since the announcement, there has been condolences
Hi, I'm Don Debar. Pasta is out walking about, gathering interviews and setting up appointments for more interviews tomorrow. We are at the Libertarian Party National Convention in Washington, D.C. We're at the Hilton in Washington, and RFK spoke a while ago. We brought you that, and we'll be replaying that sometime over the weekend. Trump is supposed to be here tomorrow, and there's been a lot of discord inside the party over the inviting or the featuring of both of these other presidential candidates. Among the people attending here, they all seem glad to hear from Robert F. Kennedy today, and many people here have been speaking very enthusiastically about seeing Trump tomorrow. So we'll see how that all plays out. We had an interview with one of the vice presidential candidates a little earlier, Kendall Lutter, and we'll be featuring more of those. They're about to go into a debate, which is the next thing that we're going to bring to you. And after that, we'll have some of those interviews that Pasta did, or some interviews that we will do that he's setting up right now. I'm with Jayme and the Pasta crew. And also I have with me Gary Agello, and I also have with me Margot Doreno. And the three of us are teaming up with the two of them and a host of others, and we hope that you enjoy or get some value out of this broadcast. So the next thing that's going to be up, aside from some clips that we're going to play between now and then, is the vice presidential debate, the candidates vying for the vice presidential slot on the Libertarian Party ticket. The Libertarian Party is the third party of the United States at the moment. They have ballot access in all 50 states, apparently. This year they will, and that's only right now something that the Democrats and Republicans can claim. And actually, the Democrats have a pretty dicey situation facing them in Ohio right now. We'll see how that turns out. But we'll talk about that later, and we'll be back after this.
be and nice before as we wait for Clint. I will just say, like, whatever. I know there's like always like tensions and hostilities at this thing, and I know that there are, you know, I'm sure there's somebody, a group of people, whoever you don't like, and maybe you're right and you got a good reason not to like them. But do try to keep in mind, man, that just in the moment we live in, under this damn near close to totalitarian state, that you're around a whole bunch of people who really hate that and believe in freedom. Try to, you know, keep that in mind, that we really should all love each other. It's so unbelievably stupid that any of us fight when we're all so close politically, you know? Like I love left-wingers who are good on like one issue. You know, I'm happy. Oh, thanks for joining us.
Sorry, David.
That's it. I'm totally gonna tank this thing for you. All right. All right. Sorry. Okay, so let's get started. I just want to turn my timer on because I'm told I'm supposed to keep this to an hour. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna start with an opening statement. Let's say 5 minutes. I won't hold you to that exactly, but try not to go like too dramatically over that. I don't know which one of you guys to start with. You want Clint? You want to go?
Sure.
All right. Over to Clint Russell, ladies and gentlemen.
I prepared nothing for this, just like I do with my podcast. So, yeah, my name's Clint Russell. I was born in San Diego, California. Absolutely loved it there, and was forced out due to COVID tyranny, which radicalized me to the end of the earth. And simultaneously, while I was being radicalized by Gavin Newsom, I was listening to this podcast called Part of the Problem. It really shed light on the problems that I was facing in that moment. So I started Liberty Lockdown, and I decided to scream into the ether because I was going mad, or the world was, and I was the only one staying sane, and I couldn't decide which. And I found out that, yeah, it was the world that had gone mad. And there was a handful of sane people out there that was looking for someone that was attempting to tell the truth and to hold on to our most hard-fought liberties. In the land of the free, we were being told whether or not we could leave our houses, whether or not we could play beach volleyball, whether or not we could open our businesses. It was unbelievable to me. I still can't believe it. I feel like I lived through a nightmare that lasted a few years, and when I woke up, everyone just had forgot that we all shared that same nightmare. Weird thing to clap to, but I appreciate it. And really what activated me, what got me more politically motivated was that the run in 2020, while I have tons of respect for both Joe Jorgensen and Spike Cohen, I felt that there was a very big missed opportunity to speak up for bodily autonomy and to speak against lockdowns and to speak against mandates that was missed. And I'll be damned if we miss that opportunity this go around, because the same dangers that we faced then, we face similar, if not graver dangers when it comes to World War III. And I don't feel as if there's any politicians in America that are actually giving it the level of concern that they ought to. And because of that, the American people seem to be sleepwalking their way right behind these politicians into absolute disaster. That to me is the gravest threat that we face, contrary to what the college kids might tell you when it comes to climate change. The climate change that we should be concerned with is nuclear winter. And it genuinely concerns me. I mean, I grew up in the 80s, and this, maybe it's I'm a relic of the Cold War, even though I was 6 years old or whatever when the Cold War ended. But I remember my parents and my grandparents, they would talk about it, how they were all so deeply concerned about the potential for nuclear war with the USSR at the time. And how, waging a proxy war between two nuclear powers was just unthinkable and so dangerous. And now we are waging multiple proxy wars between multiple nuclear powers simultaneously. And there really is no anti-war movement to speak for or speak of in this country. That has to change, and I think we can do that.
Very good. Very good. By the way, if you see me, like, I know moderators aren't supposed to like nod along and stuff, but I can't help that, and I love both these guys, so I'll be nodding. Yeah, I learned this from Gene Epstein, by the way. If you ever see his old moderating days, he would just like make a face of disgust. Like one guy, like someone would be arguing for socialism, and he's moderating, and he's like, it's just the greatest thing ever. Okay, very good. Larry, why don't you take your opening statement now?
Guys. My libertarian brothers and sisters, who remembers the first time I said that? Anybody remember? 2016. It's my first time getting in front of a crowd, and I used that statement to open up, and it made people think, wow, maybe I'm part of a family. Because we are. And I spent my time these last 8 years just trying to build out and support so many people within this party. Think about 2016, for those of you who were there when I first came on the scene. How many people who were there running for office, either VP or president, are still with us? Only me. That's it. Everyone else has come and gone. And they often do that. They come and they go. Very few of us sit here together and still don't just become some kind of celebritarian, but I actually talk to people in this room who actually still go out and get signatures, who actually still go to court and sue, who actually still show up and give trainings, who still go out and give advice to actual libertarians running, who still show up to local events and raise money, who still support people who are still trying to run to local level. Very few of us do that. One guy has, you're looking at him. So with that in mind, why would I be doing this VP thing again? Why would I do that? Well, back in 2016, one of the reasons why I came on board is I was worried. I was worried that Gary Johnson would come, and by the way, I love Gary Johnson. I don't know if you do. I love Gary Johnson. I came in because I'm in 2012. I do. Love the man. But I was worried that he would leave, and he did. When he picked his VP, Bill Weld, all of you booed, but only one of you did something about it, and that was me. Yes, all of you booed. But I spent my own time, my own money, and I ran a campaign to stop him. And I almost won. I lost by 31 votes. Not that I'm counting. Nobody's counting. Stop, Dave. You're counting. I'm not counting. I lost by 31 votes. Why? Why would some guy who no one they had heard of have any chance of beating the former governor of Massachusetts? Because I built a coalition. Because I said my libertarian brothers and sisters. And I built a coalition, and people got behind me, and we almost won that, but we didn't. My worry was that everybody would go away. So what did I do? I tried to convince Gary Johnson at the time to run a campaign that would focus only on one or two areas, areas that I thought were going to work. Didn't work, didn't go as well as I planned. But I said, okay, I'm going to do it. And then when I ran for governor in 2018, because I thought someone's got to pick up this torch. So I thought, I'll do it. I was in a position when I could. I didn't work for a year and a half. And I ran for governor of New York, and I did this exact plan. What did I do? I went in small areas of New York State that nobody even knew about, where the press could do one of two things: cover the cow escaping or Larry Sharpe showing up. And the cow escapes every week. So we're going to cover Larry Sharpe. And started covering Larry Sharpe. What started happening? The local cities started to pick it up, and before you know it, it became a statewide campaign. Because we got mainstream press. It became a mainstream campaign. That's when I was getting on the ballot. That's when I got on all the big shows. That's when you'll see me, the all cool things I did was from that campaign. That worked. I multiplied the last guy who ran, I multiplied his vote totals by 6. Ballot access for the first time. First time in New York State ever. And then the next year, you know what I did? I didn't go away. I actually crossed the state again. I went all through New York State again. I've crossed my state, New York State, every single county, 6 years in a row. 6 years in a row. I call it the full Sharpe. It's true. And I did it in 2019. And in 2019, New York State had 107 local libertarian victories. They were all local. That's what we talk about all the time. Local, right? Bottom up, right? So top of the ticket gets the press to support bottom of the ticket, which gets the wins. We had 107, we went from 0 to 107 libertarians. By the way, one was in New York City. We had one in New York City, Staten Island. One in New York City, we did, we had one. And then in 2020, my governor, His Majesty King Cuomo II, he decided, yes, he deserves that boo. He decided he was going to trash everything. And he said it was to end the Working Families Party. That was a lie. The Working Families Party still supports him, has always supported Democrats, hasn't changed at all. That was the story he told to crush us. We had 15 local affiliates when I started, 30 when I was done, and we had 107 local victories, all destroyed in 2020. Devastated. But my plan worked. 2022, I tried it again, but I couldn't make it happen. I got sued off the ballot, raised $500,000, and went to court 8 times. The Supreme Court would not see our case, and I lost. I thought I can't run again this time. No way can I run this time. Just too much for me. Tears up my family. My first 2018 campaign, I was over $100,000 in debt when I was done. My second 2022, almost $40,000 in debt. In fact, some of it I just paid off recently as early as last month. That's how long it took me to pay that debt back. But I did it anyway. I wasn't going to run. I changed my mind with Lars Mapstead. That's when I changed my mind. I changed my mind because he was the guy who understood my plan. He was the guy who knows how to move forward. He's the guy who came to me and asked my help. He was the guy who knows how to raise money. He was the guy who can make impact and multiply the last by 6 so we get our 2, 3, 4, 5%, retain our ballot access across the country, and set us up for the next 4 years. That's what I want to do. That's why I'm running. Thank you.
All right, very good job, both of you guys. And look, I think I do probably speak for the vast majority of this room when I say I think we would be great to have either of these two guys as vice presidential candidates. Let me ask you a question, Clint. And Larry kind of touched on what I was going to ask toward the end of his opening comments. So I want to ask, number one, is there somebody who you think is your preferred candidate out of the people running for president? And then number two, which is kind of a similar question, what is this? What do you think the goal of this should be, of running for president and vice president, of having a libertarian campaign for the presidency? What do you think we should be looking to get out of that?
Well, I think that depending on the election cycle, there are different goals and potentialities, if you will. So I think that if not for RFK being in this race, and I don't say this with any, lower than it probably would have been otherwise, and probably multitudes smaller. I think we could have done 4 or 5% if it was just Trump versus Biden, and with RFK absorbing probably 10%, I honestly think we'll be lucky to do 1 or 2. And that's probably going to disappoint a lot of people in this room, but I think for those that have actually paid attention, that's probably accurate. As for a candidate that I would like to run with, I've really gone out of my way not to put my thumb on the scale.
I know.
Yes, I know. But there are really just 2 gentlemen that I have grown fond of over the past year, and that's Michael Rechtenwald and Joshua Smith. Those are my guys. So
I like Josh.
I would be honored to run with either of them, and I'll leave the endorsement at that.
Okay, no, that's fair enough. Just kind of curious. So, all right, Larry, I want to ask you, again, you did touch on this a little bit, but maybe you could expand on why Lars and you think is the best ticket, and what exactly, you said getting the votes, setting us up for the next few years, but if you could flesh that out a little bit, what is it that, look, the truth is that I know every single year we have libertarian candidates run, and every single year they always say, when I'm in the White House, I'm going to do this, and look, we all know the odds of that are not great. But okay, but if that's the reality, I think we don't want to be delusional. So what are the tangible things that we should look for?
This is an incredibly important point. Most of the time, what do people do? I'm going to bold this, bold that, bold the other thing, and no one's going to hear you. You can be bolding yourself as you walk around the country, going to state affiliates, talking to libertarians who are already going to vote for you, and going, I'm bold, bold, bold. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. The most important thing is reaching out to other people. Your point is exactly right. RFK is going to suck a bunch of money and a bunch of votes from us. That's true. And if we don't counteract that, we are not going to get 1% or 1. That's not true. We're going to get 0.5%. That's the reality. And when we get 0.5%, we're going to lose ballot access in 20, 30, or 30 states. Gone. This party is devastated. Not just that, Jill Stein is now funded. Did you guys know that? The Green Party's funded. Joe Biden's so bad that Democrats are now funding Jill Stein. I'm not joking. I know because they have paid petitioners in my state. That is insane. For those of you who know how bad it is in my state, Jill Stein has paid petitioners in my state because they are funded. We are going to come in 5th, not 3rd, not 4th, 5th. And if you think the fighting that we have now is bad, wait until there's nothing but scraps left. This will be a bloodbath, to quote Trump. This will be a bloodbath right here, to quote Trump. We will have it. He'll be wrong, we'll be right here. I don't want that. So what is our goal? Our goal is to be able to raise enough money and to raise enough awareness to pull 2, 3, 4% to retain ballot access across this country. The person who can do that is the guy right now who's already been in 15 polls. 15 polls. Fox News, Wall Street Journal. You can clap on that. New York Times. Yes. There is not a libertarian alive, not even me, and I've been in a lot of polls. Not even I can touch 15. Lars has been in 15 mainstream polls, and he's not even nominated yet. No one can touch that, period. You cannot touch that. None of you can. And he's already polling some of them 2%, 1%, 3%. Already. So he will raise the money, he will raise the team, he will get national coverage, and we will retain ballot access. What should our goal be? Ballot access, ballot access, ballot access. That is our goal. We need that more than anything. If we, and I know it, and I know of my personal issues. In 2018, I was on the ballot, and I was everybody's friend. That's when everyone loved me. That's when I was on Joe Rogan. That's when I was on Glenn Beck. That's when I was on Fox News. Oh, I was everybody's friend. The second I kicked off the ballot in 2022, Larry who? Larry who? All of a sudden, nobody knew me. When you're not on a ballot, whether you like it or not, you are invalid. And that sucks. And we can't have that. We need people on the ballot. That's the key. Why does this idea that Lars has come up with, which is to try to focus first on electoral votes? Why does that matter so much? Because that idea gets press coverage. We're going to run a 50-state ballot access. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. We're gonna actually try to get gold on a map. Holy cow. He was already on Smirkanish's show. CNN guy already. He's not nominated yet. I couldn't get that. He's got that already. They're talking about it right now. As they talk about it now, it will begin to explode. Imagine if we get 2, 3, 4, 5%, and imagine if we actually get gold on the map. If we actually get gold on the map, that sets everybody up for the next 4 years. Now, for the next 4 years, everybody goes, you guys can't win. Yes, we can. You guys can't do it. Yes, we can. And more importantly, for those of you who know large donors, and you know that I do know large donors don't want to give money because I'm bold or whatever is the word you use. They don't care. What they want to know is, what's your goal? I have an idea. Stop 270. Ooh, I like that idea. Yes, you can clap. Get an electoral vote. Ooh, I like that idea. Now donors come to us. We make more money. We are able to get into the press. People pay attention to us. And here's the best part. How many of you have seen me on some form of media mention other candidates? How many people have seen me do that? Yeah, a lot of you. So when I'm the VP and we get that, I will be mentioning you. You have seen me do it for 8 years. Thank you.
All right, so Clint, I want to ask you, because I think there might be some contrast here. Like, what do you think of the idea that the main goal of a libertarian presidential run should be ballot access, and that, or you can respond to any of what Larry just said here. But do you agree with that, or do you? Because my feeling would be that you would have a different opinion.
No, I obviously, yeah, I don't fully agree. Well, I think it is an important. It's an important outcome, and it would be a nice side benefit. It is not my focus. It's not the reason that I want to do this. I think that we have a rare opportunity to speak to really, entirely man-made catastrophes that face humanity. And if we can do so in a compelling fashion, we can actually create a movement. Now, far be it for me to think that I could possibly reignite the Ron Paul revolution. But I think that's, if we expect to actually maintain our position as the third party and try and make inroads on the duopoly, we're going to have to create a movement. And, while I respect what Lars has done getting on to, different polls and conventional TV, I really think you're fighting the old fight. I think that the future is now, and now is the internet, the podcast, the YouTube. I think that that's really where the majority of young people are getting their news, they're getting their commentary, and I think that that's able to reach far more people. If you just look at audience sizes, it pales in comparison. I mean, Timcast IRL will do double or triple an average CNN program. And I think that, I've been on there 7 times. I'm able to reach very significant audiences. I reach millions of people if not per week, certainly per month with the show I do with Luke Radowski. I reach millions of people with Liberty Lockdown. Like, these are real tangible results. There's a created fanfare after only doing this show for less than 4 years. I've got hundreds of people that know my name. I mean, all through a podcast. It's crazy. Now, that doesn't mean that there's electoral success at the end of that rainbow. We have to do far more. But if you can't reach the people and inspire them to actually convince and convert more people into becoming libertarians, then this is all for naught. I am not interested in getting 2 or 3 or 4% if those people all abandon ship the second the election is over. Like, I want to actually convert people, heart, soul, mind, body. And I think I can do that.
All right. Let me touch that if I could.
Go ahead.
I think you're right. You reach a lot of people. The problem is you reach the right people. And here's an example I'll give. In 2018, I was on 2 different shows at 2 different times. I was on Dave Rubin's podcast, and I was on Joe Rogan's podcast. Joe Rogan, far more popular than Dave Rubin. Not even close. Far more popular, even back then.
Goddamn right.
Yes, 100%. Far more popular. I got far more views. I got far more, a far bigger bump in all my social media, all of it. Didn't raise much money. What on Dave Rubin? Raise money. Lots of it. Put everyone else to shame. Why? Who was I talking to? Different audience. The audience does matter. It is important that youngsters do listen to us. Of course, youngsters don't vote. The people who vote are the people who read the local newspaper. They vote. And I agree with you. Some of them we will absolutely lose, but I don't care. Give me 4%, then walk away. I'll take it from there. I did that. In New York State, I got the votes I needed. And then what did I do? I gave us 107 local libertarians, and they will do what you just said. My job isn't to convert all of you. My job is to make sure local people show up. They win. They will convert. They will change. That's ground up. That's what I'm trying to achieve. Thank you.
Do you want to respond to that, or okay? All right, I want to I want to talk about a few policy issues. So I just very briefly, but like as some of you probably know, I was like in the Ron Paul movement. I joined the Libertarian Party in 2018, and I'm a member of the Mises Caucus. I've kind of been learning in the years since then about kind of different factions within the Libertarian Party and like different views that people have. There's obviously a few issues that libertarians have typically had debates about. I'm thinking immigration, abortion, things where there are kind of libertarian luminaries who have made libertarian arguments that take you to different sides of it, but starting from libertarian principles, take you there. One faction, and I don't exactly know how big it is in the Libertarian Party, has over the last couple of years, and this has really shocked me, supported the policy of funding Ukraine and are now currently supporting the policy of funding and arming Israel. I do not understand how you can get from a libertarian starting point to justifying robbing one group of people to fund another nation's conscripted army. I'm just because I've been so baffled by the fact that there are some self-identified libertarians who support this. I just wanted to ask both of you what your opinion is and what your campaign opinion would be on this. So I'll start with you, Larry.
I just went.
Oh, okay. I'll start with you, Clint.
Well,
hey, I'm the moderator.
Sorry. I have
No,
I have a
no,
habit
we're
of moderating.
going with
Sorry
you,
about
Larry.
that. Sorry about that.
Just Larry trying to alpha me up here in the Libertarian Party.
You want me to go again? You want to give
Yeah,
me?
we can
I'll
switch
go
it up.
again.
Flex
I'll
on him,
go
Dave.
again.
Flex on him.
I don't mind. I'll go again. No, you're right. The starting point, if it was libertarian, you're right. But the starting point isn't libertarian. The starting point is American empire, right? That's where we are right now. No libertarian in this room, if you call yourself a libertarian, wants to have American empire. Nobody does. The question is, how do we make that step away from American empire? And it is not funding these wars. I think you're totally correct. It's not funding these wars. The reality of it is we also care about contracts. And sadly, we signed some terrible contracts. So we have to somehow wean ourselves off of this. Not just that, for those of you who know how this actually works, the military-industrial complex is a massive jobs program. I see it in my own state. Literally almost all the new jobs in New York State, all military-industrial complex upstate New York. Almost all of them. So can we just say no and stop it? We should. You're right. We can't, realistically. Americans wouldn't accept it. They're paying their bills off of it. They're eating off of it. They're surviving off of it. This has to be weaned off. And the appropriate way of doing this is being very honest about yourselves. This is what Lars talks about all the time. He has said more than once. He has said we have to fund peace, not war. Now you might go, well, I don't want to fund anything. Me neither. But we are by the literal billions. If we're going to start funding, fund to tear everything down, fund to bring it all back, bring everything back as the best ability as we possibly can. Someone once said, the first thing we want to do is shut all the bases down tomorrow and bring all the troops home and discharge them. And people go, yay! So you tell me you want to take 2 million men and women and make them unemployed overnight. What a terrible idea. No. All of them have actual contracts. Let their contracts end. That's the smart way. Allow their contracts to end. Then they don't re-enlist. You don't screw over 2 million American families overnight. It all sounds good, and logically, I agree. We should do it. We have to be smart and bring it back. Fund peace, bring our troops home slowly, let them discharge as they normally would, and that's how you bring everything back. Also have the military-industrial complex bring it all back. Okay, funding peace.
Just a quick follow-up on this, though, because for leaving aside the issue of disbanding the entire military, specifically, there are 2 proxy wars right now that America is funding.
Yes.
What's the position of your campaign?
We should not be funding any of them. It's war. That's my point. We should not fund any wars. None. None. Cool. We should fund no wars. Now, if the sad part is, because of what we've done with Empire, what we should be doing is brokering peace. But we can't anymore because we've made ourselves so one-sided. So we have to find someone else, assist them to broker peace. If we have to take the $100 billion we've given to Ukraine, or however many, I made the number up, whatever the number is given to Ukraine or to Israel, imagine if we could have given that to, say, I'm making this up, I don't know, Jordan or Egypt, so they could actually have a peace deal. Better spending of the money we're going to spend anyway. Fund peace, don't fund wars.
Okay. Clint, same question. What would your message be about the proxy wars in Ukraine and Israel?
Yeah, I mean, Larry talked about logic when it came to analysis on this, and I really approach this from a morality vantage point, that it is deeply immoral to be funding these wars. There's been hundreds of thousands, almost every able-bodied Ukrainian man is dead or disabled. It's a fucking nightmare, and we're being robbed to fund that. I don't want some sunset clause. I don't want to see those contracts run out. I want our taxes to stop being sent to death and destruction. Now, the same principle applies to Israel and Gaza. And unfortunately, it's okay, you can clap. They're not here.
We think.
I mean, it's absolutely heartbreaking. And once you really dive into these, you realize that it's our State Department that foments so much of this. So it's insult on top of injury. It's self-inflicted wounds. Our own government creates these traps and then steps into them and then looks at us and says, give us more money. Give us more of your young men to go risk their lives for nothing. It's sick. On a moral level, it is absolutely reprehensible. On a financial level, it's completely unsustainable. And I think that because of my background in finance, that's something I can speak to well. We are $35 trillion in debt. At the end of the USSR, at the end of the Cold War, In 1991, it was 3.5 trillion. That is a 10x of our national debt since the fall of the USSR, since the fall of our number one foe, the only legitimate contender to global hegemon. They go away, and instead of recognizing that incredible opportunity that was presented to us and working towards peace and prosperity on the global scale, instead we went off and started countless wars over the following 30 years. None of it had to happen. I can't think of a single, if there's anybody in the audience that thinks that any of the wars that we have participated in since 1991 was moral or just, let me know, because I can't see it.
I'd go back to 45.
Well, I just wanted to.
The last one was the American Revolution, if you're taking notes.
Yes. So I'm not interested in pragmatism. I'm not concerned about the Boeing employees that lose their contracts. You go and you get a real job not producing weapons of war. That's my answer.
All right. Very good. I think we got some good contrast there. I want to, by the way, I'm intentionally kind of asking about the things that are divisive issues to libertarians, just because I know that you guys all agree 100%. On taxes and money and guns. You know what I mean? Right. So like, I see this a lot in libertarian debates where like it'll be like, the question is taxes, and then everyone has a turn going, I hate taxes. And you're like, all right. In front of you guys, we don't need to make that point. Oh, is C-SPAN watching? C-SPAN, we hate taxes. Okay. So.
Not wrong.
Okay.
Give me a chance.
C-SPAN, we don't care much for central banks either. All right. Okay, so we'll get to that. I want to turn to a topic that is a controversial topic amongst libertarians. It's one that I've jumped into this bee's nest many times and understand how much arguing there is over it. The topic of immigration. I think particularly at the moment right now, immigration is in almost every poll the number 2 issue to the economy. In some polls, it was even the number 1 issue that the American voters care about. Now, there are many libertarians who subscribe to the to open borders. Personally, I've been arguing, I think this is a totally untenable thing to run a campaign on these days. Larry, what do you think is the proper way to understand the immigration issue, and then more importantly, maybe for this debate?
No, we were swapping. What happened? I'm doing it again.
Well, maybe I swap when I want to swap,
all right,
man.
Fine, I'll go.
All right.
Okay.
So, but how do you think a presidential candidate and a vice presidential candidate should talk to the American people about this immigration crisis?
Yeah, the issue with immigration is a tough one. You're totally correct. And obviously, in a perfect world, we'd like to have open borders. Of course, you'd like to have that. It's just not where we are now. We just can't do it. But what I wish we were like the UK and we could cross, Wales to Scotland and whatever in England. That'd be amazing. I would hope that would happen. Today, we're just not there. The same part is if we actually shut the border down, that's also not going to happen. It's not going to happen because large companies in America and smaller ones too, they all want these workers. They just do. And they're going to get them. They're going to get them either legally or illegally. They're going to get them. I know I live in New York City. And in New York City, it's hospitality industry, farmers in upstate New York, all over the place. They want them. We in New York City, we actually give them New York City IDs. We just give them an ID. I'm not joking. See, here's an ID. New York City gives you an ID we just make you legal. We just do that. It's how we work. It is a terrible idea. It's not the right answer. However, there is a good answer. There are lots of large companies that move literally hundreds of thousands of immigrants across borders all day long in their work. And they're all being used by recruiting companies. Why in the world do we not have recruiting companies on our border, or I said for my state, New York, in the Bronx, literally in the Bronx, putting recruiting companies there, and that is the new Ellis Island. The Ellis Island is not the idea of the government running the Ellis Island. It is literally recruiting companies. They build very large, huge hotels. Well, they don't do that. Yes, they do. It's called medical tourism, already being done all over East Asia. They build massive hotels, keep people there for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever the case may be, and give them 3 simple visas, maybe 4 simple visas. This is the part that Lars added. He's like, if you make the visa system easy and simple, most people just won't cheat because it'll be easy enough and we can track them and they can go where they need to go and do what they want to go. We can have states opt out if they want to. Doesn't matter. This system can work. It will work. It does work already. We don't have to shut our border down. But Larry, what about the bad guys and the fentanyl guys and the traffickers? They're real. I see it in my own city. People tell me all the time, well, 99% of them are good. Okay, I'll buy that. New York City had 200,000 of them come. That's 2,000 bad guys. That's a lot of bad guys. And it's one of the reasons why New York City is suffering. That's one. There are many reasons. That's one of them. But what if we instead said, if you're a bad guy, you're going to get caught at Ellis Island? What would they do? They would try to cross the border as they normally do. Of course they do. What will we use? The same exact people we have already, who are already on a border patrol, could now chase down bad guys. And I want my law enforcement not being babysitters to families, but I want my law enforcement getting bad guys. And they would go get bad guys. But there's something more important to that. Once you create this model, every company who wants to just create as much as they want to, 2, 3, 4, 10 of them, the market can just come up with an answer. So now we have about 15 million or so, give or take, undocumented workers now, migrants here in America. We can't. I know Trump says, I'm going to start the mass migration. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're just not. That's the story he's telling you. He's lying. It's not going to happen at all. He's not going to have some massive deportation. We don't have the bodies, the time, or the money to go door to door and get 15 million people out of our country. Cannot be done. But you know what can be done? Voluntarily give them the option to make themselves visa plan that Lars Mapstead's talking about. Use that style. They'll just go. You can be in Texas and walk to and walk someplace in Texas, or be in the Bronx, wherever. Go there, get legal. Once you get legal, here's what also happens. There are the bad guys. When I want to go get Bad Pablo right now, I can't get Bad Pablo because he's in an enclave right now to where everyone wants to protect him because they're scared because they'll get arrested. But once they start becoming legal, they will now tell law enforcement where Bad Pablo is. And now they'll tell them. And again, law enforcement is out getting bad guys, not throwing out families or putting kids in cages. That is the way we speak about it. That's how it matters. We have to be realistic about this so we can have vibrant immigration, but still control our borders. Thank you.
All right, all right. For the record, Pablo is framed, but Clint, same question to you. How should a libertarian vice presidential or presidential candidate talk about immigration?
Well, I think the key is to tell the truth. And I approached this with a very, I guess, kind of a clean slate. I didn't really know what I was getting myself into when I started to do the research. I grew up in San Diego. Legal immigration was a way of life. I mean, everybody I knew was a legal immigrant, it seemed like. So I didn't think that it was that much of a stark difference until I actually did the research. And I did the research about a year ago. These numbers may have changed slightly, but the estimates from, say, like George Bush era, the averages were 200,000 to 500,000, usually around 350,000 illegal crossings annually. We're now talking about 10x that, just as I said earlier about our national debt. These are really dangerous numbers. And then I dug a little bit deeper and I realized, like, okay, how could this possibly be happening? That to have a 10xing of illegal immigration in a matter of years, it can't strictly be an economic phenomenon. And then I realized that the United Nations was funding, based off of billions of US taxpayer dollars that goes to the United Nations. They then fund hundreds of millions of those dollars back into NGOs and nonprofits, which assist the migrants on that trek up into the United States of America. They do the same thing when it comes to Europe. If you're paying attention, you've already seen that really hardline anti-immigration politicians are becoming more and more popular in Europe. It's a direct consequence of the immigration crisis, and you will see the same thing in America. I think to a large extent you already have. That's why Donald Trump exists. So I think that I am actually quite pro-immigrant. However, I think that it needs to be a doubling of legal immigration. When we have, at this junction, I think there's only about 1 million legal immigrants that are allowed in annually. That's far too low. I think that we need more people, but we need it to come through in a somewhat controlled fashion. And I know that's a very unpopular thing for libertarians to say, but I'm just being honest. If you go the other direction, you're going to end up with basically zero immigration and full nativistic, racist rhetoric that propagates very aggressively. That's what's coming. So that's my answer. I think that we need to increase legal immigration and cut down on illegal immigration as best we can.
All right. Very good. Okay, so I want to, and then I'll switch it up one more time and go Clint and then Larry on this. So I want to another issue that's been controversial amongst libertarians has been this convention. Unlike previous Libertarian Party National Conventions, we have just a few minutes ago, Bobby Kennedy Jr. spoke. Vivek Ramaswamy is going to be up here with one of you two, from what I understand, in a little bit. And, and of course, the orange elephant in the room is Donald Trump.
We say that with love.
Tomorrow. Yes, of course. Donald Trump is coming.
You called him an elephant.
Be cool, guys.
He's not here yet.
He's not here yet. But obviously, this is a historic moment for the Libertarian Party and the Libertarian movement. We've never had anything like a former sitting president and the front runner to be the next president if he's not arrested/assassinated. A lot of libertarians have been upset.
He's joking.
About
FBI, he's joking. FBI, he's joking. He's joking.
I'm not threatening to do it. I'm saying they're going to do it.
Okay.
The FBI is not going to arrest me.
He thinks the FBI keeps presidents safe.
No, I think the FBI arrests us for saying anything. That's what I think. Yes.
Again, I'm not going to assassinate him, to be clear. But anyway, this has been somewhat controversial amongst libertarians, and I'm kind of curious in both of your thoughts on this. So Clint, you first, and then Larry.
I'll be honest, I was thrilled. I was thrilled. I have felt as if this party has kind of languished in obscurity, and I say that with all love, no animosity whatsoever. I want there to be more attention, more eyeballs, more interest, more think pieces, more opinion pieces. I want all of that. I want more attention on our ideas, primarily because I think we're fucking right. I think we are absolutely right. So for those that are lamenting the fact that the orange elephant will be here in a couple days, I don't get it. I'm just going to be totally honest. I don't understand how it tarnishes us. He comes in, he says a bunch of unlibertarian crap, and we boo the hell out of him. He leaves. The articles get written. Who cares? It's great. It's all fantastic. RFK was in here earlier today, and I'm hearing free Ross chants and free Assange chants. And do you know how Assange responds? Or do you know how? That's right. And do you know how RFK responds? He says, yes, we instead of arresting these people, we ought to be building monuments to them in DC. Now, whether or not he believes that, who really cares? We have a legitimate presidential contender who's saying it, and it's going to be broadcast across. And if you have a populist movement, there's a decent chance that it gets adopted by whoever wins. These things matter. They matter a lot. So I'm very optimistic. I'm very appreciative of Angela McArdle. I know she's created a lot of division, or the party's been divided or whatever, but I think it's been a huge boon to the conversation, to the popularity, to the eyeballs, the interest, everything else, the dialogue. I love it. I think we have the right ideas. Let's test them in the fire of the media space. Let's do it.
All right, Larry, your thoughts.
I was not thrilled. I was not. Just being very forward, I was not. I was worried. I was concerned. I thought that we had an opportunity that we might wreck it, that things might go poorly, that the media might destroy us. I was worried. I was very worried, to be very fair. I told most of you I was. But I also thought we had an opportunity. Is Dan Real in the audience? Is he here? Dan? Dan made Fox News about an hour ago. You know what he made? Yes, he did. He made the Brett Baer show saying how he doesn't want that Donald Trump shouldn't be here, and we don't want him. Remember that yelling thing he did? Fox picked that up. He was on Brett Baer. So some of you might have seen that. So you know what? I'm now okay with it. I was worried. I'm being very forward. I was concerned. I was worried that we might screw it up, that things might go poorly. But Fox News did not show it as they love Trump. Did not. They showed Dan Real out of Connecticut yelling how much he shouldn't be here. We don't want him here. That's what they actually picked. That's not bad at all. I'm okay with that. If we can keep doing that, if we can keep having people show people exactly who we are, if we can keep doing that, it was a good idea. If not, we screwed up. So far, I'm okay.
I'm sorry? Oh, okay. I was told an hour.
Yeah, we got to do the OPA vote. So
Yeah. We got to bail.
Angela, is that right? Is she a real person? Did someone slip?
No,
It's a joke. Be nice.
7:30. We're supposed to be done by 7:30.
Sorry, guys. I took a lot of acid before this.
Yes,
I was just checking if that was a real person or I was imagining it. We're all libertarians here.
I think we're doing closing statements.
Okay. If that is the case, then let's move to closing statements, and we'll keep them brief. Angela, we're all good here. We'll do closing statements, and then you had the opening, so Larry, you can open with the closing.
How many people in this room have received a phone call from me? Hold those hands in the air.
Oh.
How many people? Yep. How many people in this room have seen me raise money for a candidate or a party? Yeah. I got paid nothing to raise money for those people. Just did it. Thought it was right. Thought it was the right answer to fix, to help, to support. Did you notice that when I was talking today, I brought up other people and not me constantly? I talked about Dan Reel, how proud I was of him. Talked about Lars Mapstead, how happy I am to be with him. The job of the VP is not to be super cool guy. That's not the job. It's the president's job.
I'm out.
You are out. Yes.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not. The job of the VP is support staff. The job of the VP is motivator, coach, and trainer. The job of the VP is to make sure that our president candidate looks good when they're out there. The job of VP is to support that VP with that president whenever they can. To be a surrogate. For those of you who remember in 2016, I was Gary Johnson's surrogate in the media several times. Some of you remember. I was sometimes better than him. But that's the job of the VP. That's the job. Support, helping, and being here in the future when people need us. Because very often our candidates pack up and go. They do sometimes. But I'm still here. It's important. Yes, thank you. It's important that you pick a VP who is going to support the president, who is going to support them so they can achieve their goals and we can all grow. Getting ballot access, growing at the local level, and making this a great, great party. I'm asking tomorrow for you to give me, if it's tomorrow or is it, maybe whenever it is, I'm asking two things for you. One, I'm asking every one of you to support the presidential candidate that I want you to support. I want you all to vote for Lars Mapstead first round. Everyone, I want you to vote for Lars Mapstead in the first round because he is the guy who will get us where we need to go. He will set us up for the future. Everything else gets us 0.5% loss of ballot access. Lars Mapstead gets us more. I run when I can make impact. I could run all the time. My congressperson's AOC. I could run every 2 years if I want to. I don't. I run to make impact. This year it's impact. So I'm asking for your vote tomorrow for Lars Mapstead, round one. Please do that. I'm supporting him. Please support him too. And please support me. Thank you.
All right, Clinton.
Yes,
Your
David.
final statement.
Look, I think in terms of politicking, Larry's your guy. I am not at all a politician. So much so, I very much did not want to do this at all. But I think that there's an incredible opportunity, and I felt a calling. I felt compelled that I'm interested in having a family soon and settling down. And I'm really concerned about the condition of the world, both economically when it comes to the domestic condition, and then militarily when it comes to the foreign concerns. And I would just not be able to look myself in the mirror if I didn't go out and tell the truth about what I see happening. So that's what I bring to the table here, is that I promise you, I will not be politicking, and I will not be kowtowing to the presidential candidate either. I will be telling the truth, even if it conflicts with them, because I am not a politician. I'm here 100% to tell the truth about what I see happening in the world, and I'm not going to be, undercutting them or trying to be vicious or anything like that. But I'm just here to tell the truth. I think that is what the American people are looking for. Yes, many of them are looking to be lied to, of course. They always are. However, I think there has never been a more right market for just sincerity, honesty, truth-telling, courage now, right now. They have been lied to in an unbelievable way. So many people have just realized that they put poison in their body and they were told that that was the only way that the economy could ever turn back on. I mean, what a sick joke that is. Those people are shaken to their core. They are looking for answers, and right now they're finding those answers in RFK Jr. That's the truth. They think that he's their savior. Unfortunately, he prescribes a lot of socialism along with his truth-telling about COVID and the FDA. We need someone who tells the truth about everything. It is the honor of my life to be involved with this party, the party of Ron Paul and Murray Rothbard and all of my heroes. Dave Smith. I'm trying to think about which angle to go with this. I'm like, do I just tell you guys I love you? I do. I love you guys. You guys inspire me. You fire me up. You give me a reason to get out of bed. And I think that we need someone with that fire inside them. And I have that. I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
Hey, whatever happens here, two of the absolute best guys that we got in this movement, guys. Larry Sharp, Clint Russell. Give them a round of applause.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. We're waiting for Vivek Ramaswamy. What's wrong? No, it doesn't sound good. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
Yeah, I'm not hearing anything.
Testing 1 2 3. It's got to be something on the board.
I'll push the, I got these out.
Okay. So what else?
I think I just had to do those.
It's got to be something else.
Something, yeah.
You don't know?
No. Testing, testing. Strapped on.
No, he's gonna bring more.
Strapped on. Yeah, we need to get these mics. Yeah, we didn't. Like the mics are off. We don't know how to turn them on. Who is Don?
Yeah. You don't know how these mics work?
I don't know how to turn them on. I've got the board all the way up. I'll tell him.
Can I please? Oh, we got sound. Okay, for anyone who struggled with the QR code, tinyurl.com/VP 2024 LNC. tinyurl.com/VP 2024
Testing,
LNC.
testing.
Or this code.
Testing, testing.
You've got 15 minutes to answer one question. I believe in you. And I will make sure we share the results. So just stick around. Dilatory.
This microphone? No. I tried both of these.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, I can.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. It's something on the board. All right.
Madam Chair, mic 2. Sorry for the volume.
We are coming back to order. We are trying to work through some bylaws issues.
Madam
We
Chair,
are,
I call for the orders of the day.
we are orders of the day at 2:00 p.m. We are gavelled back. The next item.
Testing 1 2
on the
3.
agenda
Testing
is
1 2
adoption of
3.
agenda.
Testing 1 2 3.
Madam Chair.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4.
No. Testing 1 2 3. Yeah, Don's got to show. He's got to show.
They say off. They say off. I turned them on.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. All right. Is there volume on there for her speaking so we can hear? Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. That sounds like shit. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
To the Ohio seating. It's a clerical error on my part entirely, and he should be credentialed and seated. It is my mistake entirely, and I need to rectify that.
I will address that right after Pennsylvania. Please hang tight.
Certainly. FRYMAN.
Are there any objections to adding 3 alternates in Pennsylvania?
Fuck yourself if you're gonna cuck yourself out the trough. Why is he here if he's not gonna endorse our candidate?
Okay.
I'm sick of these dang-us cocksuckers.
Madam Chair, point of information, we're at the motion to amend, correct?
Guys, when the parliamentarian is talking to me, please wait just a moment. Because now I don't
There we
know
go.
what he said.
All right, everybody. I think you should be able to hear me.
Yes.
Give me a second. We were about to interview Vivek Ramaswamy, and he just had a protester come and yell at him. But we're trying to get Pasta's mic working, and hopefully they'll be working in a second.
There was an objection to amending the agenda.
There's
It takes
one more
2/3
guy coming in front of us.
to
But
amend
if you hold on,
the
we're gonna
agenda
get everything
so that we
together
can
for this,
consider
and
the
this is gonna be pretty
Pennsylvania
awesome.
alternates. And at that point, it takes 7/8. Do we have?
Madam Chair, can I amend my motion to suspend the rules to add the delegates? Because we have not voted on the agenda yet.
Okay, you're correct.
So what we're watching right here is a question and answer session for that's comes after the vice presidential
Okay,
debate.
we need an update from credentials to know what 7/8 is.
And I'm trying to keep my voice low because Vivek's doing other interviews right now.
Okay. This will be fun. It requires 7/8 of the convention to approve adding these 3 individuals. And we need to know their names. Mr. Kosin, what are their names?
So my formal motion is I move to amend the credentials report to add Eli Platt, Dustin Tepper, and Jared Minnie to the Pennsylvania as alternate delegates.
Thank you.
You want me to run them up to you?
Okay. Is there any further discussion on this?
So I think you can actually hear him in the
Okay, great.
background right
All
now.
in favor of adding them, please stand up. Well, I said we had to suspend the rules and I got.
So you can hear him speaking. He's speaking at 2 booths down right now. It's Vivek Ramaswamy. And if I shut up, you can hear what he's saying.
Did you try any of the buttons up there?
The ones up here? I hit the sliders, but I don't know if there's buttons I have to press.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna go find them.
Yeah, I'm afraid to touch the buttons over here. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know what.
Show him how to work this because he doesn't know how to turn it on. What are you trying to do? You're trying to get the microphone.
You can't hear anything from the microphone.
You're gonna bring up the box. Yeah.
I did.
Okay.
So
So,
that's what I thought I had to do.
yeah, this is the studio, not this. This is just the monitor. So, and you're not getting audio?
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Excuse me, hold on a second. You gotta take that here. This is plugged in here. Yeah. Okay.
My mic is working, so you should be able to hear me.
Check.
Jayme, stay on the camera.
Check, check.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Do these need to be on here?
Oh, I got it. Hold on. You gotta pick the, how can I choose settings? Some have audio.
The basic StreamYard? Yeah.
Oh.
The basic StreamYard settings.
To check.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Get your board. Testing 1, 2, 3.
I hit these 2 buttons here. Do they need to be on?
Yeah, to turn that off.
Okay. I didn't know.
Yeah. Leave all of that off.
All right, testing 1, 2, 3. He's coming over here, so let's get this on.
Okay.
I got it. I'm coming.
The board's not on. Your volumes are not up on the board.
I got it.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
I'm hearing audio from somewhere else.
It's my mic.
Close it, would you?
Testing 1, 2, 3. 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 He's coming over.
You might have initialized.
Testing 1, 2, 3. 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 Testing 1. Yeah. He's coming over. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. What's up with this here? Huh. It's okay. Testing 1 2 3. Though we're working. Testing 1 2 3. You can hear me? All right. Testing 1 2 3. All right. Make sure there's no backfeed over there. Testing 1 2 3. 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 Please come on over right now. Is it working? Testing 1 2 3. What did you test? What did you touch? Testing 1 2. Don. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. All right. Okay. Here he is.
Good to see you again. I remember you met
Right here. Gotcha.
you throughout. Thank you, sir.
Hey, Vivek.
Mario.
How you doing? Craig Pasta Jardula, Independent Media. Nice
Good
to meet you.
Yeah.
So you've
That was
pushed.
called Independent Media? Or?
Well, no, it's Pasta to Go, that show over there.
Oh, nice. I love it.
Gotcha. Trying to get a little Anthony Bourdain,
Okay,
show some food and whatnot.
I love that.
So my question to you is this. You've talked about replacement theory. Do you have any evidence whatsoever that an immigrant has exchanged their vote, which they can't even vote anyways, for citizenship when you push replacement theory?
I didn't push anything. So what I believe though is that it has been part of the Democratic Party's longstanding vision to use large-scale illegal immigration as a way of acquiring long-run voters. And the best evidence for that is the fact that many of those people who did enter the country illegally are on a path to actually vote in elections, are on a path to citizenship, which allows them to vote. And so my view is there is an alignment of incentives here. It's no accident. It's not a coincidence that most of the people in the Democrat Party who favor open border policies are also the same people in the Democratic Party who are opposed to voter ID requirements in order to vote. I don't think that's a coincidence, and I think that reflects incentives. That's
But what evidence do we have though? What evidence do we have that they would vote Democrat in the first place? A lot of these people who are coming across the border are very religious. They're not going to really go play into the LGBT community and whatnot. And we don't have any evidence.
So just because you have a plan doesn't mean it's going to be an effective plan. I actually agree with you that many people who are coming to this country share deeply foundational conservative values, pro-family values, pro-country values. And so it's my view that in the long run, just because they've laid that plot out doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to succeed for them. But I do think that understanding an actor's incentives, when somebody tells you they're going to do something, it's in their incentive, or at least they believe it's in their incentive to do it. It's important to connect those dots and understand that. Now, my view is if you enter this country illegally, you should be returned to your country of origin. And if you want to enter this country legally, if you have something actually to tangibly add value unambiguously to this country and you embrace the values of this country, we should have an efficient legal path for people to enter. I think both of those things are deeply compatible. And so that's where I'm coming from.
Quick follow-up. Just no quick follow-up.
I appreciate it. I think they're taking me to the next interview. Thank you.
Pasta. We're still live.
Sorry, that was a real big bullshit answer. And let me get the hell out of here. Once there's no theory behind that, no proof whatsoever, no evidence that immigrants vote in mass, whatnot. And they had just hurried me off. You didn't have to follow up. You just yada bullshit. So that's it. Let's go back to the floor and see what's going on over there at the Libertarian National Convention. That was some crap from Vivek, and he wouldn't let me ask him a question about China. So.
All right, guys. Well, Pasta got to talk to him though, so he's going to go down to the floor. We've got a rig that we're going to take with us down there. And when he goes down there, we're looking to talk to all kinds of candidates and people who are going to just give us a lot of good stuff to chew on about what they're here to vote on at this convention. So we're going to go to a quick break. Boss is definitely, he's hot right now. He's so hot. Running around, but we're gonna come back with something. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
Well, we're waiting for Vivek to make his presentation downstairs. We'll play you a couple of clips, and we'll be back in a few.
Technical purposes, and we'll be back in like very, very shortly. Oh, I need to hear that. Because I didn't.
All right, guys, it's CheeseSlice here. We are going to cut the stream for technical purposes, and then we're going to bring everything right back. And when we come back, Vivek is going to be giving his speech downstairs, and we're going to try to rebroadcast that live. So stick with us, and just watch for your notifications because we're going to come right back.
It has been part of the Democratic Party's longstanding vision to use large-scale illegal immigration as a way of acquiring